we'll call this meeting to order. It's Monday, February 5th, 2024, and we'll start by having the reading of the land acknowledgement, and Councillor Ring will be doing the honors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. For more than 15,000 years, the First Nations walked upon and cared for the lands we now call home. Anishinaabeg, Haudenosaunee, Ojibwe, and many others who were families, friends, and communities where we are today. The town of Collingwood acknowledges the Lake Simcoe-Nottawasaga Treaty of 1818 and the relationship it establishes with the original inhabitants of Turtle Island. We acknowledge the reality of our shared history and the current contributions of Indigenous people within our community. We seek to continue empowering expressions of pride amongst all the diverse stakeholders in this area. We seek to do better and to continue to recognize, learn, and grow in friendship and community, nation to nation.
Thank you. There's one change to the agenda. I'm going to be, just so you know, moving item 14.1.4, which is the Surety bond matter, to 9.2. So that's part of the council agenda. It had been adjourned from the council agenda, so staff has just suggested it should go back to the council agenda. So that's the purpose of that. So with that in mind, a recommendation that the content of the council agenda for February 5, 2024, as amended just now, be adopted as presented. Could I, Deputy Mayor Friars, move that? And Councillor Doherty has seconded that. Any other comments or changes? All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. In regards to the public meeting session for 6.1, the 500 Hume Street, I do have a non-pecuniary code of conduct disqualifying interest, so I'll elaborate on when that comes and step away from the table.
Thank you. Are there any others? If you find yourself in that position during the meeting, just let me know. Next item is community announcements, and we'll start with our Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. We'll start with that on February 1st, I was joined by Councillors Jeffrey, Doherty, Potts, Ring, Baines, and Perry, along with municipal staff and members of the community to raise the flag as a symbol honoring Black History Month. My comments on behalf of Council highlighted the celebration of Collingwood's rich Black history. Also, that to learn more about the vibrant Black community here, the Collingwood Museum has put together a list of informative resources. Accessing these on our website will also provide details about Simcoe County's virtual lecture series. Two of the featured historians and advocates will be Collingwood's Carolyn and Sylvia Wilson on Monday, February 26th. Second item is to congratulate Right at Home, Georgian Triangle, from just down the street, 301 Hurontario, for being a recipient of the 2024 Simcoe County Age-Friendly Recognition Award last week. They have helped improve services for our seniors, making it a safer, more supportive, and desirable place to call home. Congratulations and our appreciation for your service. A final item is in relation to that, as currently the 2024 Age-Friendly Seniors Housing Grant Program is underway until March 31st. Applicants can be homeowners or landlords who wish to include accessible, adaptable, and inclusive design modifications for occupants 60 and older. Information is available at www.simcoecounty.ca/age-friendly. Thank you, Mayor Hamlin.
Thank you. Let's go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hamlin. So firstly, for my colleagues and for the community, February 24th is coldest night of the year, and we will be walking for our vulnerable youth in the community and to assist Home Horizon with those programs. We have our Collingwood Council Challengers team set up again, and we've already had council members sign up and record pledges, and so we're looking forward to that event and the success that it will have in our generous community. And then secondly, I'm very pleased to report with respect to Hockey Battles Cancer, hosted at the Collingwood Junior A Blues game on Friday night and on the weekend of World World Cancer Day, which was on Sunday, that we raised $31,000 for cancer patients and for local support programs, which will include chemotherapy care totes, among other things, and also a donation to the Collingwood G&M Hospital Foundation for diagnostic imaging equipment for earlier detection of cancer. Our color was purple, reflecting our battle against all forms of cancer. And we were very pleased with support of a really great business community and the fan base at the Blues games, and all the coverage by the local media and CTV, by extension iHeartRadio, and we were very pleased with the coverage of it as well. So, and that's it for me tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Doherty.
That is terrific news regarding Hockey Battles Cancer. The bar will be even higher next year. Just a couple of announcements. The first is that the last engagement opportunity for public input on the strategic plan and the downtown visioning plan will be at the town's job fair, which is being held on February 16th from 3 o'clock until 5:30 on the third floor of the library. And our consultants are particularly interested in hearing from youth for this part of the input. Second announcement is that the museum will be open on Family Day and will feature multiple programming opportunities for young people and families. And then third, tickets are on sale now for Theatre Collingwood's Girls' Night Out on the eve of International Women's Day. This is always an extremely well-attended event and a great pre-celebration for International Women's Day and all the activities that the town will undertake on that day. And then the first presentation of the Be the Change 2024 season will happen on March 6th, and it will feature the film The Magnitude of All Things. Tickets are on sale now at watershedtrust.ca. And those are my announcements. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Houston.
No announcements at this time.
Thank you. Councillor Potts.
I don't have any announcements, just one comment. Just to Councillor Jeffries, congratulations and good work on the Hockey Battles Cancer, and to the Collingwood Blues organization and to the community as a whole. Obviously in my family, it's we've dealt with the disease directly, and lots of residents in the community who have reached out in their appreciation. So congratulations to all of you. Thanks.
Councillor Ring.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor Hamlin. I don't have any announcements. Unfortunately, for the past couple of weeks, I haven't been able to get out as much as I'd like, but I do want to comment on a couple of things that have already been said. And I'd like to echo Councillor Potts's congratulations to Councillor Jeffrey as the chair of the Hockey Battles Cancer fundraiser and the great work they've done. I know it's well worth the effort, and it's going to go to a very good cause. The only thing I'd like to say is I did have the opportunity on last Wednesday, the 31st, to attend the Pretty River Residence, the memory care facility, and it's quite a building. It was very nice, and I think the town's pretty fortunate to be able to have a facility for the patients that need that type of care. So I did enjoy the tour, and thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Your Worship, and Councillor Ring's announcement in regard to the Pretty River Memory Care Facility is a perfect segue to my announcement, which is, as all members of the council and the mayor and deputy mayor who attended saw, they have an excellent community meeting room on the third floor. And indeed, Brandon Waugh, the executive director, has made an offer to appropriate groups that need meeting space that they can use that. Now they have to go through Mr. Waugh's office, and there's $100 charge, but that can be waived. That's a setup charge for administration, but that can be waived. So to any community groups out there, particularly nonprofit groups, should take advantage of this opportunity and contact Pretty River Memory Care Living and ask about that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to mention that Councillor Perry has sent his regrets for this meeting. He doesn't have Wi-Fi where he is currently. I also wanted to mention that we have a great swimming organization in our community, the Clippers, which offers great experience to our youth to participate in competitive swimming and to improve their skills. And quite recently, they competed in the Hurontario regionals in Barrie, and they finished with lots of podium finishes and medals. And some of our athletes qualified for the provincial competition called Festivals, which is for 12 and under, which is in 2 weeks in Etobicoke. So we will get a chance to wish them best of luck. The town is currently recruiting volunteers for a number of committees. And if you're interested, please go online to our website or contact the clerk's office by February the 22nd. We need members on our Accessibility Advisory Committee, the Collingwood Heritage Committee, Museum Advisory Committee, Trails and Active Transportation Committee, and the Collingwood Police Services Board. There is a rotation in terms, so every once in a while positions come up, and we've also had the ability to add one person to our Police Services Board because of changes in the legislation. Next, I'll just mention that today marks the beginning of the Lunar New Year. This is the year of the dragon, and wishing all those who celebrate health, happiness, and good fortune in this new year. Lastly, I'll mention that CEO Skinner, as you know, has been away recently due to her father's illness, and he did pass away last week, sadly. So I'm just on behalf of council, really, to the community, expressing our deepest sympathy to our CAO and also our appreciation to our executive director, Peg, who really stepped up over the last couple of weeks. And we do expect our CAO back this week. So, okay. So we have a deputation today on the tourism environics data from the county of Simcoe, Brendan Matheson. Would he be? Oh, he's here. Hello.
My presentation magically appear. Excellent.
Fingers crossed, always.
Okay. And then when I want to switch, do I okay, nice. Thank you. All right. Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of council. Thank you so much for allowing Tourism Simcoe County to come here and talk about Environics analytics. It is data, but I'll try to make it as interesting as I possibly can. Two things about this project. We really wanted to create a toolkit or a resource for our experience development coordinators when they're developing new experiences for the County of Simcoe, developing marketing strategies, but we also wanted this toolkit to be available to the member municipalities, to our operators. So thank you so much for allowing me to come here and talk a little bit about it. I know I'm already working with Johanna and the Economic Development Department, but it's fantastic that you invited me here today. So the agenda, I'll talk a little bit about what Environics Analytics is. I'll talk about the Tourism Simcoe County Visitor Insight Report, which I also refer to it as the toolkit. And then I will talk a little bit about how Collingwood can take advantage of this toolkit that we've developed. Next slide. So what is Environics Analytics? Well, Environics, what they do is they take postal code and StatsCan data, and they create 67 consumer segments, and each segment is unique in the sense that it breaks down where somebody lives, that segment's media preferences, activity interests, average household income, and so much more, right down to whether the one particular segment uses newspaper or Instagram to collect their media. It's really fascinating stuff. Next slide. So here's an example of how they would break down a postal code based on segment. So top left there, they're called the turbo burbs, and so that's segment 4 of 67, and they are most likely married with kids, university education between the ages of 35 and 44. They're mostly owners, and the household average income is 133,000 and upwards from there. It's really interesting when you're listening to this, you should think about where you live as well in the town of Collingwood, and perhaps you'll see some commonalities or some similarities based on who lives on your street, who's attracted to that subdivision. Maybe you'll see a lot of kids because there's a school close by. Maybe you're on a street close to the hill there, close to the border. So maybe there's a bunch of roof racks with the ski boxes on the top. But you will find there are some commonalities based on who's living within your subdivision. And that's basically what Environics is trying to do here is break them into those 67 segments. So and the bottom right here is the Savvy Seniors. It's segment number 16, and they're 65 plus, mostly renters with a household average income of 51,000. So that's a retirement home that they've zoomed in on, but they're of course are going to have different buying habits and different interests than segment number 4. Next slide. This I'll briefly run over, but this is essentially how they will package up the content. So when you're looking through the full report, you'll see some of these names like Eat, Play, Love. So each segment has its own crafty name. The segment icon, I find it helps tell the story of what this segment looks like. And then it'll also tell you information, lifestyle group, social group, and just so much more. Next slide. So how does Tourism Simcoe County use this data? Well, we broke it into 2 phases. So phase 1, we wanted to understand who is visiting Simcoe County. We can make a lot of assumptions, of course, and probably pretty smart assumptions, but we really wanted to make informed database decisions when creating experiences, creating marketing campaigns, and what have you. So what we did was we wanted to create a foundation or a baseline. So we geofenced popular tourism destinations, not all of them. This was a pilot project, but we picked, of course, Collingwood. So we geofenced the Collingwood downtown, Main Street, Stayner, Wasaga Beach, Penetanguishene, Midland, Alcona, and Friday Harbor. We wanted to understand who was coming to Simcoe County and why were they coming to Simcoe County? What were their interests? And is someone that's going to Collingwood the same visitor that's going to, say, Alcona or Innisfil Beach Park? Next slide, please. So out of the 7 downtown destinations that we geofenced, we had to pick the top segments that visited Simcoe County. So on the left side, you'll see the name of the 7 consumer segments or potential visitors. And we have a full report on each of these segments, right down to, as I said, the media habits. If they're booking a trip, are they using Expedia? You can get a lot of information on these potential visitors or these current visitors to Simcoe County. And you'll notice the top 2. So we have countryside families and exploring country couples. We're definitely some of the top visitors to the area. So again, Environics analytics is like an onion. It keeps, when you see this information, you want to keep peeling back the layers and learning more. So every question that you answer, you come up with 2 or 3 more questions. So of course, we see countryside families and exploring country couples. So now we want to know a lot more about them. Why are they coming here? What are their key interests? Next slide, please. So this actually will tell you of all the segments that we picked. This will actually just shows you when they're visiting, what months they're visiting. So this is really interesting because in 2019 and 2021, we see the common spike in July, August, which you would expect that they're visiting here the most in those 2 months. In 2022, there's a bit of shift though. So there's actually the spike went down a little bit in July, August, so visitation went down slightly, but it went up significantly in the shoulder season in the fall. So very interesting to see that information. Total visits were still high, but when they came was different. And so this can this can just help guide us when creating experiences or campaigns. Do we need to start shifting to fall color tours and shoulder season type activities because people are coming here during those shoulder seasons, which is a good thing. What we're going to do is actually run the 2023 numbers and then compare and see if this is the new norm or if this is just a one-off because we're coming out of COVID. So again, that onion, more questions. It's really interesting stuff though. Next slide. So of course, on the last slide, you would have seen that orange was incredibly or significantly higher than the other target groups. So that was the exploring country couples. So now we want to understand why they're coming here and where they're coming from. So we have a full report with a lot more information. This is just a quick snapshot, but this is telling you their top sports. So they're really interested, not a surprise, in skiing, cross-country skiing, golf, and theaters, right? So this information tells us why they're coming, but also maybe some packages that we could develop because we know they're into outdoor activities, but they're also into that nightlife theater type activity too. So it's very fascinating. We also know that they live in rural and suburban settings, but if we typically want to target, say, Liberty Village or downtown core in Toronto, maybe we also need to do a second campaign in more rural areas. Maybe we need to target Kawartha Lakes or other more rural areas that we haven't targeted before because that's where the exploring country couples are coming from. So again, this is just a quick snapshot or an example of how we're using the data and also how you can use the data. Next slide. So lastly, next steps. So phase one was, as I said, we wanted to get a benchmark, figure out who's coming here currently, take some of that guesswork out of it. Phase two, we're actually going to geofence activities based on the sectors that were identified or the priorities that were identified in our destination stewardship plan, which is craft beverage, outdoor, agritourism, culture. So we've already started geofencing some of these operators. We want to understand who's going to, say, the craft beverages at the local, say, Barnstormers or Collingwood Brewery, who's going to the Collingwood Theatre, and we want to see what that consumer profile, what they look like, and if it's different than who's going currently to, say, downtown Collingwood on the main street. So we'll have that data, that sector related data, available by March 31st. Hopefully that's the plan. And that will also be available and shared with your economic development department. So that was a really quick snapshot on Environics, which is really a lot of information. But next slide. Please, if you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer it. And if I can't, I will get that information and email it to you. Also, if you have time and if you're really interested in this, it's fun to check out the app. You can do a demo tool. So it's prism.environicsanalytics.com. You can type in your own postal code and it'll give you a snapshot of what your segment is. And it can be eerily accurate. And it's interesting to think if it's similar, it's maybe accurate to you, but think about your neighbors too, and also who lives around you. So it'll give you a good understanding of how you can actually use this tool. So thank you so much.
No, thank you very much. It's a fascinating way to drill down to see what we have here.
Absolutely.
Are there any questions? Yes, go ahead, Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Hamlin. Firstly, at FCM, we do a lot of advocacy with StatsCan, and I was wondering if there's anything from your perspective. We've been really trying to hammer home the need for municipalities to be able to use the data within their more specific range and compare to applicable or comparable like communities. And I'm just wondering if there was any assumptions or if there's anything base in terms of StatsCan that we could help you that would make this data better for you. I was just curious about that. And you can get back to me. There's no rush on that. And then the other thing is, it is fantastic. Although my experience with using postal codes is my insurance used to be based on postal code and your water experience. My insurance was high. And when I called them, they said, well, the people in your postal code way east of you are having a lot of water problems. So as soon as my postal code changed, my insurance went down. So I'm just wondered, are there really big assumptions within these postal codes? When I think of my street and how many people are within that postal code, there's a lot of deviations between who's represented. What do you have a deviation rate or something that you would calculate it into it? I'm curious about that because I'm not sure you can lump them all together.
Through your chair, the great question and a hard question. I knew it. I knew you guys were going to ask me something hard, but no. I don't have a percentage, but I do know that they're constantly updating the data year over year. They pull from other sources like Stats Canada, so it's not just specific to just postal codes. They do have a lot of sources that they use for creating these segments. So, but I want to know just for myself what that percentage is. So I will get back to you with that for sure. But that's a great question. Yeah. And to answer your other question around other data sources, we'll take whatever. If you have some StatsCan data that you think would be relevant to tourism, we're happy to see it. And it's something to remember too. Environics analytics is very tourism, or our agreement is very licensing agreement is very tourism focused. So, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin, and thank you very much for the presentation. Excellent. I get a little fixated on the graph showing the 1921 and 22 visits. There's some, as you would expect, because of COVID, and obviously we're coming out of that in 2022. There's some changes produced by that. But when would the 2023 data be available? Because I'd be really interested to see how it's continued on from the visit standpoint.
Great. Yeah, great. Thank you through your chair too, Deputy Mayor. It's yeah, we're really fascinated. And again, now we have to see this 2023 data. So we've already signed the agreement to run the 2023 report. So we'll have that, I'm hoping, by March 31st. That's the plan. That's when the contract's up. So we're trying to get as much done as possible. But along with the sector profiles, we want the 2023 numbers to compare to 2022. Again, just to see if is this the new norm of tourism? Are we going to see an increase in shoulder season moving forward with the warmer falls we've been having? I'm not sure, but it is really fascinating, isn't it?
Yeah, I'll just just as you said, you see the growth in exploring country couples, but you see the drop in the others, and would be really interested to see what has happened in 2023. So thank you very much, Mayor Hamlin.
Thank you. Well, I have a question. This is a really hard one. As you know, we're at the extreme west end of Simcoe County, and on the other side of our border is town of Blue Mountains. And I understand, like in our area, we see about 2 or 3 million visitors a year. And I have to say, I've always assumed most of the cross-pollination is between us and the village and the town of Blue Mountain and maybe Thornbury. And I'm just wondering, so that our visitors might necessarily also be going to Friday Harbor, but they might be driving 5 kilometers west, to the village. So has Blue or Grey County done this similar kind of an analysis? And is there anything to be gained by, having a look at some merging of the data?
Yeah, great question. Thank you, Mayor. So we have our contracts in partnership with RTO 7, so Regional Tourism Organization 7, which is Bruce County, Grey County, and Simcoe County, and so we all share that agreement. So and pay into this Environics licensing. So they have run similar reports, and we actually just had a call as we go into 2024's contract on how we can create a similar methodology when collecting this data. So we're not running different reports, but we're running comparable reports. So I actually hope to have something to show in fall 2024 when with same methodology, similar reports. But yeah, it's a great question. And when we did run the Collingwood geofence, we did I believe we excluded Highway 26 because we didn't want to get through traffic of people going through to the mountain. We wanted to make sure we definitely focused on people that were visiting downtown Collingwood. So that was something we took into account, which is unrelated to your question, but I just thought also interesting.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Well, thank you for taking that time out today to share that with us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. On the agenda, we have a public meeting, but it's scheduled for 5 p.m. To allow the public an opportunity to come. So it's been advertised as 5 p.m. So we're just going to skip over 6. At item 7, I'm looking for a motion to adopt the following: that the minutes of Council Committee of the whole meeting held January 22, 2024 be approved as presented, excluding Committee of the whole recommendations, and that the minutes of the Council meeting held January 29, 2024 be approved as presented. Councillor Baines has moved that, and a seconder in Councillor Potts. Any comment? All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. Is there any business arising from those previous minutes? Okay, I see none. The next item is looking for a motion to adopt the following: that the Committee of the Whole recommendations from its meeting held January 22, 2024, contained within the January 22, 24 Council minutes, be hereby approved as presented. And there's 3 items. P 2024-02, proposed zoning bylaw amendment for 329 3rd Street. Secondly, P 2024-03, proposed concurrent official plan and zoning bylaw amendments for 629 Hurontario Street. And thirdly, various minutes of other committees and boards. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Houston, seconded by Councillor Ring. Any comments on that? All those in favor? And that's unanimous. We have a zoning bylaw up next for 329 3rd Street. The recommendation is that bylaw number 2024-008, being a bylaw under the provisions of Section 34 of the Planning Act, RSO 1990, Chapter P13 is amended, for prohibiting the use of land for or except for such purposes as may be set out in the bylaw, applicable to the subject lands, municipal addressed as 329 3rd Street, Collingwood, be enacted and passed this 5th day of February 2024. And I have a mover in Councillor Jeffrey, and Councillor Baines has second that. Any comments? All those in favor? And that's unanimous. The next item up is an official plan and zoning bylaw amendment for 629 Hurontario Street. The recommendation is that bylaw number Thank you. Okay, the recommendation is that bylaw 2024-009, being a bylaw to adopt official plan amendment number 49, be enacted and passed this 5th day of February 2024. And that bylaw number 2024-010, being a bylaw under the provisions of Section 34 of the Planning Act, RSO 1990, Chapter P13 is amended, for prohibiting the use of land for or except for such purposes as may be set out in the bylaw, applicable to the subject lands municipally addressed as 629 Hurontario Street, Collingwood, be enacted and passed this 5th day of February 2024. I'm looking for a mover and a seconder. Deputy Mayor Fryer, and seconded by Councillor Doherty. Any comments? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I'm still having a problem with the parking on this issue. Have we done anything to rectify it, or are we still on the original motion that came, or bylaw request for zoning change?
I'm not sure at this time. Well, do you want to address that? Yeah, okay. We're going to, Manager Ayers is going to speak to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Councillor Ring. As discussed at the Committee of the Whole meeting previously, the proposed development currently meets and exceeds the minimum parking space requirements as outlined in the town's current zoning bylaw. So there's nothing further from a planning regulatory instrument perspective that we can do to require additional parking be provided. The owner of the property did advise at the Committee of the Whole meeting that they have exceeded the required parking on site, and they're certainly cognizant of Council's council's concerns, and certainly we do have a future site plan control application anticipated where further technical review of the proposal will be undertaken.
If I can add, I also noticed in the details that a restaurant is not prohibited, which I'm not sure was clarified at the public meeting, if that's helpful. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Manager Ayers. I'm aware of all the things. Nothing has changed since then. And it's not that we have provided enough parking spots for the current, but we've had a situation I think I brought up last time in another area of town where we can't stop them once they're in there to expand within, and then now all of a sudden there's not the parking that they started with. And that's a real bad corner. I mean, anytime you're driving up Hurontario or Cameron or Collins Street and Tim Hortons trucks come in there, they block the street and for traffic for both ways. So that's the entrance where this business is going to want to use. And I'm just having a real hard time with the congestion bottleneck going to be there. And it's not going to be their fault because they do comply. I'm just wondering if they was any other way we could find to alleviate that parking issue, but that's why I'm still having a hard time with this particular motion.
Managers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through to Councillor Ring. Certainly, with respect to not allowing them to expand, I just wanted to clarify that we cannot regulate the number of employees that work out of a building or the number of patrons that may frequent a business. However, if the subject property, if the existing building were ever to be expanded through a proposed addition or renovation, certainly that would be caught through the zoning bylaw requirements, as the parking spaces are calculated based on gross floor area. So if the physical building were ever to expand, we can certainly review parking requirements at that time, but we cannot control the tenure or the number of people that work out of any given building. I would also note that as council is aware, we recently approved our new official plan. It is with the County of Simcoe for review and approval, but we will be embarking on an update to our comprehensive zoning bylaw starting this year, and certainly looking at parking space requirements across the municipality is on our radar to look at that further through that update to our zoning bylaw.
Thank you.
And if I may, one more time.
Go ahead.
I am also aware of we don't have the ability to not let them expand as long as they're not expanding the size of the building. We have a situation, I don't have to bring it up, but we have a situation, other exactly same business type of use in an older home to zone it for use. And it's not something we don't need, trust me. We don't have enough doctors, dentists, or whatever. I'm just worried once in the future, we haven't got any control to alleviate a parking problem there. And I just don't know. I don't have the answers on what to do other than not supporting this. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Potts?
Thanks, Mayor Hamlin. I'll just reiterate that I can't support this. From the get-go, I've maintained the congestion on this area of town, especially with the surroundings and the school zones and pedestrian traffic and school kids and whatnot. So along with the parking issues like Councillor Ring has referenced and just the congestion in general, I can't support it this time. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And so while we were at the committee of the whole stage, I mean, the problems as described by my colleagues is correct, but understanding that the applicants are within their rights and our rules, I think I will definitely be supporting it, but my way of trying to address it is through my motion, which I gave notice of motion on, is to put those busy intersections front and center in that review going forward so that we can avoid this kind of situation in the future.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to handle it. And is there anyone else who wanted to comment? I would just say, if we don't approve this, well, anyway, it does comply with our, I'll just say our rules at this time. And our new official plan does contemplate a lot of mixed use, that it's going to be abutting our neighborhoods. And I see this as a bigger issue where we're going to be in the future, hopefully this year, addressing speed limits on all our roads and how we're in general going to accommodate. I think what'll turn out to be a more walkable community with these kind of uses built into it, but also hopefully peacefully coexisting with, vehicles and all the other good things that we have in our community. So anyway, I'll support this. So we'll bring this to a vote. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and opposed? 2 opposed. Thank you very much. The next item on the agenda is the staff report PW 2023-10 Community Safety Zones. So I'll just read this in, and then we can figure out how we'll deal with this. So the recommendation is that staff report PW 2023-10 Community Safety Zone and School Zone standardization and speed reductions be received, and that council approve the Community Safety Zones area limit adjustments including the additional school zones, recommended speed limits. Yes, you're going to do a presentation. Yeah, sorry. Should I do this presentation first? Maybe we're at council. Right. Okay, so the clerk's given me a good suggestion, that we have a staff report, so we're going to hear from you first. Okay, go ahead.
Well, thank you very much, through the council. Peggy Slama is also on the online as well, and I think she wanted to just provide a brief introduction, if that's all right as well.
Yeah, go ahead, Director Slama.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm in the office today because it's still not sounding great, but thanks. So just wanted to give a brief introduction before Manager West started and a brief overview of this report. So staff presented a report on the implementation of community safety zones and school zones throughout the town in December 2023. The report followed a review of the town's community safety zones, school zones, and the bylaws in place for these zones, and also the existing zone identifiers. The report provided some recommendations to improve these zones through standardization and speed reductions, building on direction from council at Committee of the Whole and further discussion with Safe Streets Collingwood. Staff are presenting amendments to the report this afternoon. And with that, Manager West will take the committee through a short presentation highlighting the amendments recommended to be implemented. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Director Slama. Thank you, council. So we'll just wait for those slides to come up. There they are. So thank you again for having me. We're here today just to present the staff recommendations on the changes to the community safety zones and school zones within the town of Collingwood. The report is seeking authorization to implement various recommendations associated with pedestrian safety improvements, reduce speed limits, and increase driver awareness within the community, community safety zones and school zones. Next slide, please. Just very brief, I believe council's seen these slides before, but just very brief background. In year 2000, Collingwood passed a bylaw to introduce community safety zones. In 2010, staff were then directed to reassess those community safety zones, which you'll see on the next slides in the report. In 2023, again, taking advice from council priorities around road safety and making progressive changes, staff identified the need to review these zones again, noting that there were some inconsistencies between said areas and they need to apply to more recently developed guidelines as well. There was also a presentation from Safe Streets Collingwood also identifying those areas. Staff also reviewed the existing paint markings and pedestrian crossing locations within those zones. And following the presentation to Committee of the Whole, staff met with Safe Streets Collingwood again to share information on the engineering and traffic guidelines, as well as regulations, and hear their perspective on further improvements that could be implemented. Next slide, please. This provides an overall summary image of the various parks and schools located throughout the town of Collingwood. The difference between the school zones, which is the difference between the community safety zones and school zones. More specific locations and further details are provided in Appendix B of the report, including a table of the locations to be included on a future bylaw brought to council. And just clarifying here that under the Highway Traffic Act, school zones are identified as 150 meters in front of the school, and community safety zones are proposed to extend another approximate 100 meters from that 150 meter boundary as well as in front of major parks. You'll note that not every neighborhood park is included in the community safety zones slide here. However, major park areas with busier traffic have been included. Next slide, please. Following committee of the whole, there were 3 new zones that were added to Appendix B of the report. That's in the amendments section of the report, including the National Ski Academy located at 3rd Street, the Raglan Street retirement communities, and the Riverside Park Playground on Collins Street. And these are just images out of Appendix B for your reference. Next slide, please. Several changes are captured within the amended staff report, which I've already gone over, including the addition of National Ski Academy, Raglan Street retirement communities, and the Riverside Park. Highway Traffic Act does prescribe school zones as 150 meters. That was one of the asks of council for staff to clarify within the within the motions. And staff are also asking council for direction to develop a community safety zone policy for guidelines to apply when requests for new community safety zones or new parks are received. And this is a tool that staff would use to evaluate future community safety zone areas in a consistent manner. Next slide, please. For consistency, staff recommend all of the existing and proposed community safety zones are considered for a speed limit reduction to 40 kilometers an hour on local residential roadways, and that all existing and proposed school zones are considered for a speed limit reduction to 30 kilometers an hour on local residential roadways. Staff believe this is a good application of broad policies, guidance, and an effective way to support the OPP for speed enforcement. 30-kilometer-an-hour zones will be located in areas which are vulnerable, where vulnerable users are most concentrated, that being the local school areas. Speed limits will be in effect 24 hours a day on local roadways, with the exception of Hurontario Street and Highway 26, which are noted as arterial roadways through town, and they'll be subject to school pickup and drop-off times. Next slide. The 2024 budget was approved with $100,000 to implement the street signage and some pavement marking improvements, with the PXOs being part of the town's annual crosswalk budget. Council should be aware that these improvements do lead to operating budgets increasing annually to cover the additional wear and tear that occurs at these locations. And council should also be aware that there are approximately an additional 20 parks and parkettes that are not within community safety zones, which would need an additional staff are estimating at this point approximately $150,000 to implement all of them over the longer term. Next slide, please. After the review and analysis of all these factors, staff are supportive of all the recommendations within the staff report. Just as an overview, community safety zones are in Appendix B. Pavement markings are within Appendix C. The pedestrian crossovers and key maps are in Appendix D. And staff will need to prepare the necessary bylaws for council's adoption following this council meeting. Yeah. Next slide, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I'll open this up for questions for Manager West. Yes, Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you. We did receive an inquiry from a resident, and I was just wondering through to Manager West, because I have been having conversations for a lot of years with residents on Hamilton Street. And with respect to the treatment of Hamilton Street within this, they were under the impression that there's no assistance in slowing traffic down to as the other roads around Central Park, but the Patterson Street entrance and exit from the arenas where the traffic come around the bend and out. That is a really main thoroughfare up Hamilton Street, and I would hope while we're doing this that we would definitely catch that in our work as well, because I couldn't agree more with his comments that we received.
Okay. Would you like to comment on that?
Sure. Through the chair. Thank you very much for the comments. We did receive that. It unfortunately is not something that we're considering as part of the community safety zone area. Just with the agreed that that would be a major, I guess, thoroughfare for entering and exiting out of the hockey rink. But having said that, there are definitely other opportunities as well that that staff could take that request and then try to apply either the town's speed reduction policy towards that, or there is council's request for a neighborhood speed limit review of all roads within the town of Collingwood as well. That I just don't want to necessarily say apply a blanket no to it. We certainly would take that request and just apply other various means to consider speed limit reduction requests on Hamilton Street.
And just as a follow-up, then Mayor Hamlin, would that take a notice of motion or another motion from me to ask for that, or is that something you would undertake and come back and report on to us as to how it will be treated?
Through the chair, I'm happy to take the email as the motion to go address that and give that to our consultants for the speed policy review.
Okay. I'll just double check with the clerk, but that's okay.
Sure.
Yes, go ahead.
Certainly. Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Jeffrey. In addition, there is the speed rate study that is going to be commencing later this month. There'll be more information on the Engage page. So that comment that we received from the individual will be part of the collection of the study. And we encourage other residents that have similar concerns to make sure that they provide their feedback through that mechanism.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Ring.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hamlin. Through you to Manager West, to piggyback on what was just asked here, whether we could make additions to new inquiries to look into. Mine is more of a question on why it was left out, because when Councillor Perry brought this up and brought it before council to go to staff for recommendations, he specifically asked that both the school zones and the community safety zones would be reduced to 30. And this report here still has a difference of 30 and 40, because his rationale was that he had also requested that all local roads within the municipality were 40 kilometers, and exception would be collectors and arterial roads, which remain as posted. I'm just wondering why that isn't coming in this recommendation or this report back from staff. And I think that's just the two that I had for this time. Is that something that's still possible, or if not, could I get the rationale why they were removed? Because I know they were definitely requested from Councillor Perry.
Sure. Go ahead, Manager West.
Thank you. Yeah, through the chair. We did receive that request. There's a variety of, traffic guidelines that do speak to where it is appropriate to drop speeds. This is something that we wanted to try to highlight as the school zones being the most important areas within town that we wanted to try to highlight. And there are also the need to, when you have drastic change of speeds going from 50 to 30 kilometers an hour, typically you do good guidance is to provide advanced warning of that as well. So there is the need for, I guess, additional signs in relation to that if we want to expand some of the school zones and community safety zones completely to 30. That is certainly something that council could potentially direct staff to do. It just wouldn't be within the recommendations right now within the staff report for the reasons outlined within that report.
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Through you to Manager West again. Where does the 40 kilometers, what's the rationale for not making all the streets 40 kilometers, or the local streets anyways?
Sure.
If you want, Director Slama can address this. Go ahead. Go ahead, Director Slama. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I was just going to mention that, as has been mentioned, Council has already directed staff to complete the town-wide speed reduction study, and that is a study where we're looking at whether there's the potential to reduce the speed limits throughout town, or whether maybe we look at speed reductions by neighborhoods. But I would suggest that that is the study where we are considering that request from council.
Yeah, this came up, this was a direction from council last term, and so it's now getting going. But anyway, go ahead.
If I may, yeah, and I think that's a good idea, but I'm just wondering if council makes that request, because does that not supersede waiting for a study? If a motion's passed here?
Yeah, I think it would.
That's all I was asking, because that's what the original intent of the motion was from Councillor Perry. I checked with him again this morning before I said anything today, in case it wasn't, and he said that was his intent, and I don't see it in the report. Just and as far as the signage, the rationale for the signage, I'm going to have two sets of signs, reduce and down. I'm going to say that you use less signs, because if you're making two zones that are incorporated side by side, one sign to 30 is all you need for the whole area. You don't need two 30-kilometer-an-hour signs for the same piece of road.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Doherty, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm going to be echoing some of the comments that have already been made. I am very supportive of the additions that you've recommended in this report. Happy to see them, especially around the Ski Academy as an example. But I will echo that I see no reason why the speed limit for community safety zones should be different than the speed limit for school safety zones. I would be much more supportive of 30 kilometers for both zones. If we're talking about the notion of reducing confusion with drivers, then certainly if we have one consistent speed reduction throughout the community, that is much more consistent. And one would think that that would assist drivers very much. Second comment that I'd like to make is with regard to Hurontario, and you're not recommending that the speed limit be reduced on Hurontario Street adjacent to the school. I'm very much against that recommendation. You know, if any road in our community has already been demonstrated to be to have potential for accidents and for specifically pedestrian accidents, it's Hurontario Street. And going over the Highway Traffic Act over the weekend, we certainly have the ability to reduce the speed on Hurontario Street. And in fact, we have already done it downtown to 30 kilometers. So at minimum on Hurontario Street, I would hope to see a reduction to 40 kilometers, if not 30 kilometers, to add to safety for our students attending that school. The second item that's not included in this report, and there's been multiple requests, is to have automatic walk signals at the corner of Cameron and Campbell and Hurontario Street, so that we don't have to rely on students or anyone else, as far as that goes, being able to or capable of asking for requesting the walk signal before crossing. I can buy into the notion that staff timing did not permit that we could review all of the parks in the area to introduce community safety zones. And I'm just wondering, so the proposal is that you would come forward with criteria and eventually be able to amend the bylaw, but I'm just wondering what the timing on that might be. So that would be one question through you to Manager
West.
West.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was going to say Manager Stewart. Sorry, Manager West.
I also note Director Slama has her hand up, but
Okay,
I'll
thank
allow
you.
you to speak, please.
Sorry, I'll
Yeah.
speak first to that.
Yeah.
And my apologies through the chair. Did you want me to speak to all three of the points that were kind of raised? Or
Well, why don't you speak to the last one, and then we'll see if Director Slama had some particular matters
Sure.
she wanted to speak to.
Yeah. And through sorry, let me try that again. Through the chair, in terms of timing of the policy to provide some guidance and guidelines around reviewing community safety zones and when they should apply. We're somewhat understaffed right now in the engineering department right now. So I think in terms of our priorities, we'd want to try to rehire the engineering technician position. That's currently posted right now. But I think that preparing a policy to get back in front of council for that identifies those kind of guidelines should be something that we can prepare definitely within the calendar year. But I don't want to necessarily provide a detailed date at this point, just until we have that position filled and a little bit more staff support in the department.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just ask Director Slama, did you want to add something to this? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I was just going to mention on a couple of Councillor Doherty's points. This report, of course, in this report, we're focusing on the community safety zones and the school zones. And by the Highway Traffic Act, there are designated like areas where we're permitted to implement that zonage. And so for some of the suggestions with respect to Hurontario and reducing the speed limit of Hurontario for the entire length or for a longer length, using that as an example beyond CCI, I would respectfully suggest that that is exactly one thing that we'll look at within the speed reduction study that is currently getting off the ground. So I just wanted to, I think that was the main thing I wanted to mention. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Follow up.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead.
No. And just through the chair as a quick clarification as well. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but the current speed limit on Hurontario in front of the high school right now is 50 kilometers per hour. Through the staff reports and bylaw, we'd be proposing 40 kilometers an hour for the school zone in front of Hurontario Street with flashing signage to indicate time of day, just with Hurontario Street being the arterial roadway as well. But
Okay,
just to clarify that, thank you.
Follow up?
Yes, thank you. Okay, so then I'm misinterpreting the recommendations, because what I was reading in the recommendations is that you were not recommending any speed reduction on Hurontario Street.
Oh, no. There is a 40 kilometer an hour speed reduction for Hurontario Street in front of the high school. Sorry, just to clarify that.
But that's a time of day.
Correct.
So again, I would be opposed to a time of day restriction to that speed that zone. Generally speaking, we still seem to be planning from a car-centric point of view, and we need to be planning more to a pedestrian active transportation point of view if we want to encourage these things to happen. So I see no reason why we could not have the speed reduction on Hurontario Street. If it is 40 at the moment, at least
50.
to be,
Yep.
at least to be at all times of day and not just at specific times of day. My final comment, if I may, is I had also supported the original motion from Councillor Perry to reduce the speed limit on all municipal roads to 40 kilometers. And I was hoping to see that in this staff report, not seeing it. And I'm just not, I must echo Councillor Ring's comment that I don't see the reason why we have to do a study before we implement a town-wide reduction to 40 kilometers. I don't know whether that's something that you can answer right now, or.
I think Clerk Almas has an answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just for clarification, the motion regarding the 40K speed limit throughout town was outside of the scope of this staff report, as indicated by Manager West and Director Slama. So this focuses, so the amendments that were made in early December from Councillor Perry did not include a blanket 40-kilometer wide speed limit, because that was captured in what was in the budget for the speed reduction study and would be looked at under that scope. So the amendment that was put forward and approved by this council in December did not include that 40-kilometer-an-hour piece.
Thank you. I will still stick with my comment that I don't see the reason for a town-wide study to do a town-wide speed reduction in the interest of safety for our entire community. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I must say I agree with most of what Councillor Doherty said, and I support, for simplicity and safety's sake, the reduction in, or at least the uniformity of speed in the community safety zones at 30K. I'm not sure whether everybody agrees with that or not, but nevertheless, I'd like to see that. And I would assume, as per this recent discussion about what was or was not in Councillor Perry's motion, that we can get to the 40K in other areas at another time, I would hope, when this study is completed, the subsequent one. And when it comes to Hurontario, right in front of CCI, I would support 30K there rather than 40K, because from my own experience driving along that, especially with one of the food cores across the street, it's a dangerous area, and I worry for the safety of the students in that. So I would prefer that to be 30K as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Doherty.
Thank you. There was one question that I had wanted to ask through you to Manager West, and that was what is the proposed speed reduction for the school zone in front of Pretty River Academy?
Yes, go ahead.
Yep. Through the chair, the existing speed limit is 60 kilometers an hour on Highway 26 West. The proposed speed limit would be 50 kilometers an hour also during time of day for Pretty River Academy. That's the private school on Highway 26 that you're referring to? Yep. So then the staff report would outline 50 kilometers an hour time of day for Highway 26.
Okay. Yes. Follow up.
Yes, thank you. So I will make the comment that that's not slow enough. And even in the charts that you have presented here, the speed correlated with fatality, that the difference between 50 and even 40 is a substantial reduction in serious injury and fatality. So 50 to me as a reduction in front of that school is not enough. And again, I would also say for consistency that there should be no time of day restriction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yes, Councillor Ring.
If I may just add, I just hope that we do consider that because I don't know what happened in the interpretation, but and that's fine if that's what the notice of motion was not going to include the 40 kilometers for all local roads. But I thought it was, and I had checked with, as I said, Councillor Perry as late as 1 o'clock this afternoon, and he's confirmed that that was his request. But I mean, if it's not there, it's not there. But I hope we seriously think about if there's any way we can get that done. I would like to see the local roads within down in Collingwood down to 40 kilometers an hour.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
I'm just going to state my position. I don't think I have anything new to add. I at the committee of the whole meeting, I was prepared to allow the process in regards to the overall study of speed in town to take the processes that I identified in the budget and see what the report provides to us. I understand and support the idea that instead of having the reduction to 40 and then to 30, just make the change to 30 now. If somebody's going to put an amendment on for that. And the way I'm looking at it is I certainly lean towards eventually this town being 40 in most of the sectors. I'm sure there's going to be some that the studies show that it's not appropriate, that the speed would be different. But in anticipation of that, I'm thinking that I'd rather make the change now and just go to the set 30 instead of the step down. I appreciate the staff's position on it, but I'm anticipating that it won't be long until we see the study and we're making those changes. So I just wanted to state my position on it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I also think it would be easier if both our school and community safety zones were the same speed at 30. And from talking, from listening around the council table, it looks like, there is a bit of a sense that our community should be going to the speed limit that a lot of other communities have moved to in recent years, which would be the 40. And if we do go there, having to change later our community safety zones and our school zones to make it all mix could be more of a problem than it's worth. I think my recollection from some of the discussion we had the last term of council is, and it's reflected in your report as well, how much more significant injuries and deaths are, like the percentage chance of injury and death the faster you go. And at 40 kilometers an hour, a pedestrian has a chance. So I think we'll see that, I'm sure, in your, in the study the consultant's doing. And I'm very much looking forward to that coming. What's going through my mind sitting here is, whether we should be asking staff for, whether we need to look more at the implementation of 40 as to opposed to whether we like 40. But I'll just throw that out there. CCI, that is a problematic area. I am content with it being during the school hours. I drive up and down there all the time because of where I live, and I don't see a lot of people crossing there outside of the school hours. At least the same way the kids do. But I would like it to go, as I say before, I think 30 works there. The comment that Director Doherty made about the auto walk signals, certain of us at council have also mentioned that with respect to the problem at 2nd and Hurontario, and there's certain ones in town that because you have to push walk, they're actually not observed. People just cross, and I'm sure it's confusing for drivers and others. So my question is, when will we be having a chance to examine that?
Sure. Through the chair, we have received that motion from council. As I said, we're discussing that with Public Works staff and our signal contractor as to how easily can that be implemented. The short answer is that typically those kind of automatic walk signals can occur where there's equal levels of traffic in both directions, I guess is the best way to phrase that. So that's certainly something that's could be supportable in the downtown core where we have, maybe a high volume of traffic, but also quite a few pedestrians as well. Where we start getting into problems is applying that as a blanket statement across all traffic signals and saying every single traffic signal is exactly the same. We can treat them all the exact same as well. So there are situations where it gets challenging, where there's a very high volume of traffic going in one direction and a very low amount of traffic going in the other direction. And then in that case, you would, I guess, want an on-demand, I guess, signal for pedestrians as well. Or the challenge you get is sitting in an intersection with nobody around you at all, waiting for the red signal to go to, and then the door swings too far the one way, and when you start getting complaints from drivers as well. Absolutely hear council's concerns that we want pedestrians and active transportation users to be the priority, but there is a certain level of balance, I guess, on level of service and level of safety, I guess, for pedestrians and user vehicles as well. And it gets confusing to both users, both types of transportation, when you have unexpected, I guess, use, I guess, of traffic signals as well.
Okay, well, you mentioned this will be looked at in the coming, and I'll just comment that I personally don't think it matters what the volume of traffic is on the two streets. It's pedestrians. And I see, and because I'm at that intersection that Councillor Doherty mentioned from time to time with my dog, I do see, equal number of pedestrians, I'll say, crossing Hurontario or crossing, what is that street? Cameron, yeah. So and sometimes it's kids on bikes and they can't reach and, they're going to ignore it. And I just think if we could turn it around and look at it a bit from the people crossing the street, it doesn't matter so much to my way of thinking. And I'll be interested to hear, the staff report on this, but how many cars there are. It's just whether we can get the pedestrians across without them having to run against a red signal, don't walk. But anyway, okay, that's all good. All right. So yes, Councillor Doherty.
If I could just make the comment at the risk of being obtuse, I really think that the conversation that we're having right now with regard to on-demand walk signals and the rationale for having them is in and of itself a car-centric driven policy. And we need to be prioritizing our pedestrians and active transportation. And in fact, we've also had requests from our accessibility committee in that some of these walk signals are not physically accessible if you are in a wheelchair. I would want to see a change sooner rather than later, and one that recognizes the majority of users at those particular intersections, regardless of the time of day. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much for taking all this. Okay, so I'm going to read through, I'm going to sever these paragraphs And so we'll start with the first one. That staff report PW 2023-10, Community Safety Zone and School Zone Standardization and Speed Reductions be received. Mover and a seconder. Councillor Jeffrey, Councillor Doherty. All those in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. Okay, the next one. And that council approve the Community Safety Zones area limit adjustments, including the additional school zones, recommended speed limits, and the implementation of the community safety zone and school zone infrastructure within the annual approved budget as amended to include National Ski Academy and Riverside Park. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Mayor. I would want to remove the phrase recommended speed limit because council does have some difference of opinion there. And it's further down, there is an amendment to speak to 30 kilometers on all zones.
Okay, so I think what I'll do is I'll just get a mover and a seconder for this paragraph. And then if you'd like to make an amendment, that should be what we do. Are you moving that? Okay, seconded, Councillor Baines. And now I'm going to come back to you. Did you want to make an amendment then to remove recommended speed limits?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, any comment on that? Okay, all those in favor? I think Councillor, yes, we need a seconder for Councillor Doherty's amendment. Okay, Councillor Baines, okay, we have it. And you have a comment? Yeah, you do. Okay, good. Thank you.
Because I want to have an understanding of what's included in that wording and what we're excluding, because I'm lost at this point, truthfully, as to what's included where and why and how. So
okay, so
please,
Manager West, can you clarify for council what the phrase recommended speed limits means, and if we take it out, what that means?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, recommended speed limits would be the various speed limits that would be recommended within the staff report. If council wanted to go against staff recommendations and recommend something different, then I suppose I may have to look to the clerk or Director Slama to identify what that wording should be if the council decision is something different than what's in the staff report. Does that make sense?
Okay, are the recommended speed limit changes I think where Councillor Doherty's going is to remove this and then add in 30 kilometers for both school zones and community safety zones. Is it that 30 or 40 that is in the staff report that we'd be removing for those two zones, or is there something more? Or is that a fair question? Do you have to go back and look at this?
Through the chair, I see that Director Slama has her hand up right now as well. So I was just wondering if she wanted to speak to that.
Yeah, Director Slama, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I will give this recommendation and defer to the clerk, but I think that Councillor Doherty's motion of removing the recommended speed limits is appropriate because subsequently, as you go through the other parts of the full motion, you will hit the part where you're talking about the speed limits in particular. And because Manager West is correctly, identifying and mentioning that what staff had presented was school zones at 30 and community safety zones at 40, except there was a couple of exceptions that were on outside of CCI and on Highway 26 West. So if council's desire is to alter the time of day and the speed limit, I think removing the recommended speed limits is good for this part of the motion.
Okay, thank you for your direction on that. Is that clear for you now?
Extremely helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any comments on the removal of recommended speed limits? Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. I'm for that, but just reading down further in, if the explanation was just given that we will cover it later in the amendment, when we read the whole motion as amended,
Yeah.
I think we could probably remove the second bullet where it says school zones be lengthened to 250 yards are permissible pending staff confirmation, because the note right after it says it's not permitted. So why are we even putting it in the amendment? I would say take that bullet out and that note out, and then the rest would be the amendment.
Yes, that will come out. Yeah, for sure.
Thank you.
For mentioning that. Yeah, thanks. Okay, so we'll vote on the amendment to remove recommended speed limits from the first and that. Okay, all those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, the next one is, and that council directs staff to prepare the necessary bylaw for council's adoption. Sorry, yes. Oh, as amended. Right, thank you. Okay. I wasn't sure whether to do it at the end, but let's do it as we go, and then it's absolutely clear. I'm happy to do that. Okay, so on that particular paragraph that we just voted to amend, we'll now vote to adopt it as amended. This is a bit much, but okay, let's do it. All those in favor? Okay, unanimous. Thank you. Okay, and then the next one, we direct staff to prepare the necessary bylaw in order to achieve timely implementation. Councillor Jeffrey moves that. A seconder in Councillor Houston. Thank you. Any comments on this one? All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. So the next one reads as follows, and that the following be included in the revisions proposed. Community safety zone and school zones include all public parks and private schools. And then I'll just read in the alternative staff recommendation was to direct staff to prepare a policy and criteria to add new community safety zone areas when warranted at council or public's request. And then the second bullet, as we have just discussed, will come out because it's not lawful. Okay, so would anyone like to put one of these two on the floor? Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I will put the alternate on the floor. I'll move it.
Okay, thank you. Would there be a seconder for that? Councillor Jeffrey? Any comments on this one? Yes, Councillor Baines.
Just a question for clarification or information. Will there be any time lag on the first point as a result of moving with the alternative staff recommendations, i.e. will it take longer for staff to review the policy and criteria?
I think part of the issue was we don't have a budget for it as well.
There's the rub. Thank you.
Yes, but thank you for raising that. It's also useful. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you. So you raised the question that was my mind was, should we be adding in there that it could be reviewed through the budget process? Because if we just leave it out there on request, but have staff reviewing as it can come into the budget, maybe in a more timely basis, I would just like to refer to the budget process as well.
Let's just ask, is it Director Slama? Would you want to comment on whether that's a necessary step for us to take today?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Councillor Jeffrey, I think that is appropriate because if I'm understanding Councillor Jeffrey correctly, the motion would be that staff look at developing the policy and bring forward the remaining locations through the next budget process. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes, that would be a staff's recommendation on and how we would proceed.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you. So if we support this recommendation, then I'm not seeing how the community safety zones and school zones that have been recommended are included in this. There's no mention. So, my preference would be that, community safety zones and school zones as presented.
I think if I can just interrupt, I think the first paragraph that we dealt with that you amended, it spoke to community safety zone area limit adjustments, including additional school zones.
Okay, yeah, you're right. Okay, so that's covered. Thank you.
Yes,
Sorry.
okay, all right. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I'd be pleased to make the alternate read, as Councillor Jeffrey has indicated, thinks she needs it too. I had been prepared that it was kind of implied to me that the staff had already undertaken $100,000 this year and would be looking at it. But it also would speak to Councillor Doherty's earlier concern about when will this happen. And I think if we know that we'll get a report at budget time that shows us all 20 parks, then what the cost is going to be, and we'll have to make the decision at budget time on how quickly that happens. So I'd be prepared to add wording to the alternate, which would say that it's the future park enhancements will be considered in 2025 budget. Clerk Thomas, does that sound okay?
Yeah, so so you moved that, I think. Am I right?
I moved.
I think I
Councillor Jeffrey
seconded.
Oh, you seconded. Okay, so you're just making an amendment to your own motion to add in through the next budget process.
Yes.
Okay, good. And you're happy with that? 'Cause
Yep,
you've
I
asked-
presented it.
Okay, we're good on this front. All right, any comments? All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, the last point here. Reduce speed limits to 30 kilometers an hour in all school zones and community safety zone. The alternative staff recommendation, implement 30 kilometers an hour in all school zones, only with the exception of school zones along Hurontario Street and Highway 26 West. So what the staff recommendation is 40 kilometers an hour in the community safety zones. And for these two particular school zones would also be 40 kilometers an hour. Did I get that right, Manager West? No, I'm just the staff recommendation. I'm just trying to understand. So for the school zones in front of CCI and Pretty River, what would be, can you just remind us what you said the speed limit would be and your recommendations here?
Yeah, of course. Thank you, Madam Mayor. The recommended speeds would be 50 kilometers an hour in front of Pretty River Parkway, and the recommended speed would be 40 kilometers an hour in front of CCI.
Okay, thank you. All right. And the community safety zones would be at 40.
I'm sorry. Yes, the staff recommendations are 40 kilometers in community safety zones.
All right, thank you. So those are the two choices before us. Does everyone understand that? Yes, go ahead, Councillor Ring.
Reading the alternative staff recommendation, implement 30 kilometers in all schools. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot the word only. Okay, go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Would someone like to put one of these two on the table? Yes, Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Mayor. So I would like to put the original motion from Councillor Perry on the table, which would be, as reflected here, reduce speed limit to 30 kilometers in all school zones and community safety zones to, but I also would like to make an exception for Highway 26 West, where the speed would be reduced to 40 kilometers, not 50 kilometers. So all community safety zones, all school zones, everywhere, 30 kilometers, except for Highway 26 West in front of the Pretty River Academy, where speed would be reduced to 40 kilometers.
Okay, I just have a comment coming up from Manager West.
Thank you through the mayor. I just wanted to point out that because Highway 26 is a connecting link with the MTO, the municipality may be challenged to reduce the speed limit along Highway 26 West. We'd have to confirm that with MTO staff. I think at this point, before we fully commit to 40 kilometers an hour, there are certain challenges with large, wide highway type roads, such as Highway 26, where just reducing speeds does not necessarily we lead to enforcement issues, I suppose, as well, is all I wanted to point out with
I'll just comment that I have noticed the town of Blue Mountains has been successful at the MTO throughout the whole length of Highway 26 in its community, and I've never seen a road just to say 50, 60, 70, 80, 50. So maybe we could have a second recommendation, Councillor Doherty, for an amendment that would ask that council resolve for staff to specifically ask MTO for this change. But we'll come to that next. So right now what we're dealing with is Councillor Doherty's recommendation that we reduce the speed limits. So let's divide your ask into two, if I can. So the first one is is to reduce the speed limits to 30 kilometers an hour in all school zones and community safety zones, except for Highway 26 West in front of the Pretty River Academy. Okay, and we'll come back to that. All right, is there a seconder for that? Councillor Houston, thank you. Any comments? Yes, Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you. So is this with or without time of day?
That's a very good question. Let's say this is without time of day to start, and if there's going to be a change, we'll deal with specific ones. Okay, is that okay, Councillor Doherty?
That would be my intention. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just through you, Mayor Hamlin, so it makes it difficult because if you agree with the speed limits, but you don't agree with time of day, you have to vote against it, even though you agree with the speed limits.
Okay, so I think, let me just ask again. I think the intent here would be to just change the speed limit and not address any of the time of day issues. So in other words, if we were to change the speed limits, and I'll just look to Manager West for confirmation, we would be implementing time of day restrictions. Is that right, Manager West?
I apologize. I'm not exactly sure what council is asking.
It's quite confusing. I had to stop reading this a few times on the weekend. Okay.
So essentially, maybe what I'll offer council, and I apologize. So through Madam Mayor, staff would recommend time of day on arterial roadways, just because of the nature of the roadway. Should council disagree and recommend 30 kilometer an hour on Hurontario all times of day, I'd suggest that should be maybe, I'd also look to the clerk, but maybe that should be just stated outright as well. Just that council would go against that recommendation and state 30 kilometers an hour all times of day on Hurontario.
Okay, so if I can just ask Councillor Jeffrey's question again. So let's assume for the minute we take out the school zones in front of CCI and Pretty River Academy. Okay, so now we're just left with the other school zones and the community safety zones. If we vote as council to reduce the speed limits in the other school zones and community safety zones to 30, does that mean, what does that mean in terms of when those zones would be active? And
through the Madam Mayor, in that case, if it was all local roads and collectors, I guess, that we were speaking of, then I think the staff recommendation is to say 30 kilometers an hour all times of day.
All times. Okay. Thank you.
It was only those two exceptions, I think, that were to that rule.
Councillor Doherty?
I wonder, for clarity, if we could add the phrase all times of day. So if I were to reread what I was suggesting, so reduce speed limit to 30 kilometers an hour in all school zones and community safety zones at all times of day. And then except along Highway 26 West, where speed would be reduced to 40 kilometers. So that would be my intent, that all of them would be all.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Oh, we have a draft motion. Does everyone have this in front of them? Reduce speed limits to 30 kilometers an hour in all school zones and community safety zones, with the exception of the school zone along Highway 26 West. The time of day implementation of community safety zones and school zones enforcement be limited to arterial roadways. I don't understand it. Okay, I understand the first one. Okay, the first one is 30 kilometers. With the exception of the school zone along Highway 26, and that the school zone along Highway 26 West would be 40 kilometers an hour. Is that was your motion, if I understood? Okay. I think, oh, sorry. Okay, and I think there would be an addition also, Clerk Gomez, thank you for typing this out for us. That there would be a second bullet point, and it would be that the school zone along Highway 26 West, the speed limit in the school zone along Highway 26 West would be 40 kilometers an hour. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Okay, so we've got reduced speed limits to 30 in all school zones, community safety zones, except the school zone along Highway 26 West. And connected to that, council requests staff to contact the MTO to discuss the potential speed reduction along Highway 26 West in front of Pretty River Academy to 40 kilometers an hour and report back to council. Okay, does that reflect, Councillor Doherty, your thoughts on the motion for those two parts?
Yeah. I guess, but you know, honestly, with MTO, I'd rather be a little bit more direct and say that our intention is to reduce it to 40 kilometers an hour unless it's not permitted or, you know,
okay,
so we can in some way against the Highway Traffic Act as opposed to, you know, being so tentative about this.
Okay, so we could contact the MTO to request.
Beautiful. Look at that, our clerk, I'm telling you. Beautiful.
Okay. And then, sorry, you want to finish that? Okay, and then the last bullet point, this is where I don't understand. The time of day implementation be limited to arterial roads. Okay, so in other words, there would be a all time of day community safety zone and school zone enforcement, except along arterial roads when it would be time limited. Okay, okay, I get that. Okay, thank you. Is that your intention, Councillor Doherty?
Yeah, I was going to ask the same question. Yeah, so if it didn't say time of day, then it is automatically all times of day. Okay, yeah, understood and agree.
Okay, so do we have a mover? Do we have a seconder for these points? Councillor Houston, thank you. Any comments on any part of this? Seeing none, all those in favor? Sorry, you're not going to vote in favor of your motion? Come on. No. Okay, go ahead.
I would prefer to see all times of day,
Even on Ontario roads.
even on Ontario.
Okay,
roads.
so let's vote for
that
the
section-
first
I would
two.
vote against that part of.
Okay, so let's just vote for the first two paragraphs
Yeah.
then, if that's okay?
Yep.
Okay, all those in favor? And that's unanimous, thank you. So the last one, we don't have a mover, that we have Councillor Jeffrey, thank you. And a seconder in Deputy Mayor Fryer. Any comments on this? Okay, all those in favor? And opposed? One opposed, thank you. Okay, do we need any other inclusions here? Okay, seeing none. So I'm just going to, for where I've not done so, ask if we're all in favor of these changes as amended. Okay, all those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Manager West and Director Slama and Council and Clerk Honest. Thank you. Okay, so item number 9 now, 9.1, I should say, is the surety bond matter that we agreed to move up. And I'm going to turn this over to Treasurer Quinlan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just as a reminder, we had brought this report forward to Committee of the Whole back in October, early October. And then it proceeded to Council on October 16th. There were some legal questions that were requested as part of the Council meeting. However, we didn't get our answers in time for that meeting. That information has now been included in the amendment to the report. So all of the questions that were asked are included there along with some answers. Additionally, you'll see that there has been a letter of support that's come forward from one of our developer groups, and it's been attached to the report as well.
Okay, thank you. So where I'm reading from here is item 14.1.4 as it then was. And the recommendation before us is that staff report T 2023-20, acceptance of surety bonds for development agreement related securities be received, and that the development agreement, surety bond policy, and accompanied development agreement, surety bond template, substantially in the form attached as Appendix A be adopted, and that Council delegate to the Treasurer changes to the development agreement surety bond policy with notice provided to Council when changes are made. Could I have a mover and a seconder? Deputy Mayor Fryer and second Councillor Ring. Any comments on this? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Through you to Treasurer Quinlan. On page, or the answer to number 3, it says that we could have difficulty finding companies that qualify as insurers based on their requirements. Are you using that kind of colloquially, like when you say we, is this something that we would be undertaking as Collingwood, or?
Yes, go ahead.
If I may, Your Worship. So sorry, yeah, likely should just say that there could be difficulties finding, a company to back that at that level.
Okay, and I was pretty sure that it was just kind of a collective statement. It's because we're all in this together type of thing. And then the other question I was going to ask about was in the report, it references the fact that the Affordable Housing Task Force had requested this in conjunction with the work of the province to put surety bonds out there and take the burden of proof and relax it. It does say that the legal suggests that it could be too restrictive. At this point in time, I don't see that staff feel that that's an overly large concern. So I'm very much supportive of it as it's put forward. And I know that if there turns out to be restriction problems, I'm sure we'll hear back from Treasury. So my position will be definitely in support of this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Yes, Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. So generally supportive. I just had a question with respect to the third operative clause. in terms of changes being made to our policy with notice in after the fact or before the fact, because I would want an idea of what kind of changes those might be. And is there an opportunity that we would have notice in advance of it being made rather than an agreement entered into with a developer? We can't reverse contraminded to our treasurer's position. Not that that would ever happen, but I have a concern, you know, I'm waiting for the delegated authority report to come forward as well. And I just have that question. So through probably to the treasurer.
Go ahead, Treasurer.
If I may, and I'm gonna lean on the clerk a little bit here. I suspect that it would be the way it's worded now that we would be able to change the policy. That's what the delegation would be with after notice to council to say that the change has been made. I think that's the intention. Clerk Almas, I'm gonna lean on you a little bit here.
Do you have a thought on what this means?
Certainly. This how it's worded is more, it's after the fact.
Mm-hmm.
So it would be that you would be delegating to the treasurer changes. So unless that's not a delegation you would like to see, or you'd like to put minor changes, with notice being provided to council, but any significant changes that, change the intent of the policy would come back to council. That could be something that.
Sir, can I just clarify? Are you asking for each time that a developer puts one of these forward that it come to council first?
No, if the treasurer's making a change to our policy. I mean, our training through you, Mayor Hamlin, is that we are policymakers and staff are implementers. So I have this problem with that line that we create, and do we make staff policymakers? So I do like the clerk's recommendation to minor changes. I'm not sure how we define minor changes, but I do have concern when we move staff's responsibility into the policymaking when that's supposed to be our role.
Okay. Well, would you like to make an amendment to this? Yes.
As mover, I'd be prepared to add the wording into the motion if the clerk's okay with that. Just as Councillor Jeffrey had noted that if there's going to be a change in the policy, it would come back first to council for final approval.
So I wonder if the word prior could go before the word notice. So it would read with prior notice provided to council when changes are proposed.
I'd be happy with that, I think.
Okay. All right. So we have a mover and the seconder was Councillor Ring. He's happy with that. Any other? Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
But just for clarification, so the only change then is prior to notice and not consideration of the word minor.
No. So there were two changes with prior added, as you noticed, when changes are proposed as opposed to made. Yeah. Okay. And I'll just say I was originally concerned about moving to surety bonds because letters of credit have been the gold standard forever. But I am satisfied with the answers as provided by our legal counsel that this is as good as and easier to be accessed by our development community because of them not needing to tie up capital, which a letter of credit requires, but also gives the municipality the same comfort in terms of protection. So I'm in favor of this. Okay, so all those in favor of, well, I guess we should vote on the amendment first. So we're going to vote on the amendment for the last paragraph. So it would read in the council delegate to the treasurer changes to development agreement surety bond policy with prior notice provided to council when changes are proposed. Okay, all those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. And then so we'll now vote on the balance of this, including that. So we're voting on this recommendation as amended. All those in favor? And that's approved. Thank you.
Mayor Hamlin, may I just ask?
Yes.
So we're assuming that the mover of the amendment was the same as the movers of the motion? because I'm happy to move the amendment that we just voted on.
I think I did because
I just didn't
there
know
was
if,
an amendment and I asked Councillor Ring if he would second that change and he was agreeable.
oh, I heard if he was happy with that change. Okay. I just want to make sure.
That's
Thank
good.
you.
No, never hurts to check, but I think we're good. Okay, so now we're on item number 10 for departmental updates. Director Slama is going to speak to us on the water treatment plant update with respect to UVs. Go ahead, Director Slama.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I thank you for adding this update. So it's with respect to the water treatment plant, ultraviolet or UV disinfection equipment. In fall 2021, Council directed staff to include in the 2022 budget a capital project for the installation of UV disinfection equipment at the water treatment plant. This decision followed notification by staff that very cold water from the bay required a higher dosing of chlorine to meet regulatory requirements related to disinfection. Staff provided a recommendation at the time that the dosing of chlorine be maxed at a value where the total treated water capacity would be limited to 24,019 cubic meters a day. In the winter months. This is approximately 77% of our water treatment plant rated capacity. The use of UV disinfection with chlorine provides a higher level of disinfection and allows the amount of chlorine dosing to be reduced. Following Council's approval to advance the design and construction of the UV disinfection, open competition selection of the equipment was completed and design was also completed. And this was followed by construction. And the construction was awarded to one of the 3 pre-selected general contractors that were chosen for the water treatment plant expansion. As of October 31st, 2023, the UV equipment installation was substantially complete. That means we no longer have a reduced total capacity during the winter or cold water season. The plant should be able to produce its rated capacity of 31,140 cubic meters a day. Part of the contract included a 90-day operational trial period during which the manufacturer would provide assistance and address any performance issues. We've just completed this 90-day period, and the equipment remains under warranty until October 31st, 2024. Therefore, in future semi-annual reports on the uncommitted water capacity, staff will be using the rated capacity of 31,140 cubic meters per day as the total available for all commitments.
Oh, that's excellent news. Very excellent. Are there any questions of Director Slama? Yes, Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you. Just a quick one. In terms of the UV and our ability to reduce the amount of chlorine into the water going out, was there somewhere in this report that would show us that benefit to us? I know there's probably a cost benefit to not having to use that amount of chlorine for the winter processing of water, and that would be separate and apart from the whole the raw water parts that are referred to in the report. Just wondering.
Go ahead, Director Slama.
Thank you, through the mayor, to Councillor Jeffrey. Yes, thank you. So later on in Committee of the Whole, when we talk about the annual water summary report, I will be touching on that a little bit. But I can provide a quick answer, which is that yes, with the introduction of UV and our ability to reduce the amount of chlorine that we're dosing the water for disinfection, that will, it should theoretically should lower our concentration in the wastewater that goes back to the bay.
Thank you. Okay, sorry, I probably asked that in the wrong spot, but I heard water and went, what? I had a question.
That's okay. Questions are good. Okay, thank you. So we'll lead right into Director Slama, your next item, which is the Battle Creek update.
Yes, thank you very much, Your Worship. Staff would like to provide an update on an item brought forward by Councillor Potts regarding fallen trees in the Bateau Creek, as there were concerns the debris could contribute to ice jams and an increase in water levels and flooding of private property. When the item was brought forward, staff communicated to council that neither the town nor NVCA own the creek lands, so there is a question on responsibility and liability, as well as a need to obtain approval for land access to complete any work. Town staff committed to working with the landowners to address the debris while also further investigating the town's responsibility. I'm pleased to report that town staff obtained permission to access the creek over private lands and were able to use town equipment and town forces to remove the debris from the creek and remove off-site. This work was completed during the week of January 29th, 2024, so just last week. And staff also completed some clearing of ice jams at the Pretty River Ford on January 26th.
Oh, excellent. Councillor Potts, did you wish to ask a question?
Thanks, Mayor Hamlin. Not a question, just want to say to Director Slama, thanks to you and your crew. I received a couple phone calls. I hadn't received any emails to forward on, and I seen on the agenda that it was here today. So I just want to thank your department and your crew for getting that completed, and hopefully it clears the air future instances where this may arise. So thank you.
And the ice, clear the ice. Okay, any other questions of Director Slama on this? Nope, you're good, Director Slama. Thank you. The next director up is Director Valentine on the OLT appeal update. Are you going to take that? Yes, okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have one Ontario Land Tribunal or OLT update to share this afternoon with respect to the 6th Street residential development. You'll recall on December 18th, 2023, Council adopted Official Plan Amendment number 48, enacted and passed a zoning bylaw amendment, and approved a draft plan of subdivision subject to fulfillment of conditions prior to final approval and registration for the lands municipally addressed as 560 and 586th Street. I would note that the County of Simcoe is the approval authority for official plan amendments, and Official Plan Amendment 48 is currently under their review, and I understand a decision will be forthcoming in the very near future. However, on January 10th, the town received one appeal of the zoning bylaw amendment from a resident who had previously provided oral and written comments in response to the subject applications. The town solicitor and the applicant were advised of the subject appeal, and the municipal record was prepared and submitted to the OLT on January 25th. The town received an acknowledgement letter from the tribunal last week, and Planning Services will continue to provide further update to council as this appeal unfolds. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, Manager Ayers, on this? I have a question, and if you can't answer, you can answer it later, but I just thought of it. If we end up at a hearing on this, we'll have legals obviously involved. Legal costs. Will our costs be covered by the developer? It'll be their main appeal, of course. And who covers our costs on these things?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Typically, the costs would be, we have had some preliminary conversations with the town solicitor when we were informed of the appeal. And certainly there will be some further discussion regarding strategy going forward. And we would anticipate an in-camera report as well to council to further discuss the town's involvement in this appeal, as it is predominantly between the appellant and the applicant. But typically we would cover costs, but noting that recent provincial legislative changes under the Planning Act, the tribunal can award costs based on their determination of reviewing the appeal. So more to be determined as the matter unfolds.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay. We have a few things still here to go through before we switch to the other committee and take our break. Would anyone like a 5-minute break now? Yes, Councillor Doherty.
Thank you. I think that I had been back formed with
With Director Culver earlier this afternoon, because council's meeting after Family Day, I had just asked him if he might be able to update the public as to any activities that are ongoing with the town. And I just received a note that he would be able to do that.
Okay. So we have another staff update. Director Culver, there you are. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so for Family Day, staff have migrated away from special events on Family Day just because it was a bit of a challenge getting return on an investment in terms of participation in those kinds of events year over year. But but we will be continuing with a lot of the programs that have always traditionally been a part of Family Day on February 19th. Including Family Day at the Collingwood Museum, which is from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. It includes free admission and a complimentary ice suncatcher kit while supplies last. Family Day free skating will occur at Central Park Arena between 1 p.m. and 2:20 p.m. As well, the outdoor rink will be operational subject to weather. This is a tough time of year for us when it comes to the outdoor rink. But if it is a good skate day, then it will be 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. outdoors. And then we're also working potentially with the Clippers to provide a Family Day free swim in the afternoon. That time is to be announced, and the public is encouraged to go to the Town of Collingwood event calendar to get those updates on that day.
Okay, thank you very much. It may be a question here. Don't go yet.
Well, actually, no, it's not a question. I was just going to say, Mayor Hamlin, I mentioned at the last council meeting, and I think this would be the appropriate time because we're talking about the events on February the 19th, because that's the Monday. I had mentioned to our viewing audience that we actually wouldn't be having council until the Wednesday, the 21st. So I just thought I'd add that in again at this time that we're having a nice family day on the Monday, and we won't be in council until the Wednesday.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're on to number 11, consent agenda. I don't have anything on this item today. Well, no, there's two things I see. Number 11.1, Hockey Battles Cancer Clock Tower Illuminated Purple from February 2nd to the 4th, 2024. And 11.2, Wasaga Beach Reschool Resource Officer position. And I think, Deputy Mayor, you wanted to speak to the second one? Okay, thank you. So before we turn to you, and I need a motion
I was going
to receive
move it.
that. Okay, and seconded by Councillor Potts. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. Anyone wish to speak to these?
Yeah, I don't need it pulled. I'm just going to mention that under notice of motion, I'm going to bring something to the table at that time.
Thank you. The next item is county report, and back to you, Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And I had mentioned to you earlier that I was going to just say at the last meeting, I spoke in regards to where kind of an update about Simcoe County and their work on homelessness and affordable housing. Councillor Potts at that point in time had asked a question in regards to the mobile units that were being considered by Simcoe County. And I did get a report back from the director. I did have one outstanding question, so I was waiting to hear back from him on that, and then I'll circulate the analysis that was done in December and where they're at this particular stage. I'll circulate that all council once I get that other response back.
Okay, thank you. Next item on the agenda are motions from council, and we have 4 this afternoon. The first one is a motion from Councillor Jeffrey, and I'll turn this over to you to read in your motion.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Recommendation that council direct staff to provide council with a staff report, including background and recommendation regarding adoption by the town of Collingwood of a definition for anti-Semitism.
Do you want to speak to that first or last?
speak to it last, I guess. I think it's pretty straightforward.
Okay, anyone want to speak to this? No, I'm totally in support. Go for it.
I need a seconder.
Well, seconder, that would be Councillor Ring. Thank you. Over to you. I don't think anyone.
No, I don't think I need to. Other than I think it's something that we really need to follow up on in terms of the request and our pursuit of inclusiveness in our community. So I think we should be considering it.
Thank you. So all those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. And thank you for bringing that forward. The second notice is on parking minimums. Also, Councillor Jeffrey, back to you.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. So the recommendation is that staff and the successful consulting team be directed to investigate commercial parking standards as they may be applied to major intersections or other identified high traffic areas within mixed-use corridors through the comprehensive zoning bylaw update to ensure that sufficient on-site parking is available to support the proposed uses in the context of the overall desire of the community and policy direction in the adopted 2023 official plan to move toward a shift where active transportation and transit are preferred options to the personal vehicle.
Thank you. Would there be a seconder? Councillor Potts, thank you. You wish to speak first or last?
I'll just speak first, Mayor Hamlin, just to say that this came out of our discussion with respect to the 629 Hurontario Street application and our rules as they are in place in that busy intersection. And I think this is a way that we can ensure going forward that we make sure everything can be kept safe within better parameters.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to this motion? Councillor Doherty.
Thank you. I'm very supportive of this motion. And in addition to the remarks that Councillor Jeffrey has just made, I could add that hopefully we can see where we have surplus parking because land is at a premium. And if we can identify opportunities to reduce our parking requirements, then that technically will lead to more land available for residential or mixed-use development. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I too support this motion. I think it's an excellent example of where a pressure point, and indeed this is a pressure point intersection, helps us come up, hopefully, with a change in paradigm, in this case, active transportation, to try and alleviate the pressure on this intersection. And in the future, I'll be certainly focused, and I'm sure others will be as well, on how this intersection develops in regard to the councillor's motion. Thank you.
Okay, great. So we'll bring this to a vote. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Next motion, Deputy Mayor Frere.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Recommendation is, whereas the province of Ontario has initiated a review of certain Tier 2 governance structures and has included Simcoe County's current system as part of that study group, and whereas the Standing Committee on Heritage, Infrastructure, and Cultural Policy have been tasked with the review and is conducting public hearings opportunities as part of the process, and whereas the Standing Committee plans to hold additional public meetings in mid to late February, one of which is anticipated to be conducted in Simcoe County. And whereas the province has recently amended the scope of the Peel Region Transition Board review to land planning, water and wastewater, regional roads, and waste management, which may have implications as to the Standing Committee's review. And whereas it is desirable for Collingwood Council to review any applicable information and determine whether to delegate before the Standing Committee at the Simcoe County session or some other location if necessary, therefore be it resolved that Council requests staff to report back to Committee of the Whole on an appropriate mechanism or process or potential options to ensure that Council can consider determining a Town of Collingwood supported position to put forward regarding the provincial regional governance reviews that are underway.
Thank you. Do you wish to speak first or last?
I just need a seconder, if I could, please.
Yes, of course. Councillor Jeffrey.
And I'd speak first. Thank you, Mayor Hamlin.
Thank you. Can I ask you in your speaking, do you know if there's a date for this? Because I had a feeling there is a date now, but I don't know.
I looked this morning and didn't see anything.
Okay.
But it could have been posted in between.
Great.
A subcommittee is a possible option for Collingwood Council to consider if we decide to bring comment forward to the Standing Committee on Heritage, Infrastructure and Culture when there is a Simcoe County hearing. As far as to how all the pertinent information would be garnered from potentially a great deal of background checking and review, when I provided notice of motion last meeting, I used a subcommittee reference just to provide some general content as an initial thought on how I expected the motion to read coming forward. But you'll notice, of course, that it isn't included in the motion as it turns out. There's still a significant amount of detail that may need to be reviewed by us, but also over the past 2 weeks, importantly, there's been a clarification regarding the province's latest decision on Peel Region, delivered by Mr. Calendar's letter of direction. Thus, the reference to this in the motion to the Peel update on possible implications as to how the Standing Committee may decide to proceed. I think also importantly, unfortunately, CEO Skinner was not available to provide any input from the staff's perspective. I appreciate Clerk Thomas' assistance in deciding on the wording I settled upon. As you can see, the motion is just proposing a request of staff input in the form of a committee of the whole report, which is our general process. I don't see the timeline concern as being as pressing as I had 2 weeks ago. If supported by council, it will allow an initial summary of pertinent information to be provided for discussion. As well, the committee of the whole approach will provide opportunity for members of the public to respond to. Additionally, council will be able to discuss the latest developments and decide if a delegation presentation is warranted and if the Simcoe County follows through or Standing Committee follows through and there is a Simcoe County on Tier 2 governance. Those are my only direct comments, but of course can respond to any questions or clarifications that members may have. Focus on financial sustainability and options on municipal services corporations or enterprises or service boards are all also responsibilities of the PL Transition Panel. But I wasn't going to elaborate on those now, but can if required. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Would anyone like to speak to this? Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, and through you to Deputy Mayor Fryer, I'm very supportive of this. It has significant implications not only for the town of Collingwood, but really for every municipality in Simcoe County. But I'm also wondering, in our particular case, with us being so closely shall I say, aligned with a municipality which is in Grey County, specifically Town of the Blue Mountains. I'm wondering if it would be an over expansion of the motion to ask staff to include some consideration of what implications this has for the town of Collingwood and any municipality outside of Simcoe County.
Mayor Hamlin,
Yes, go ahead.
just through you. And again, I'm pleased to hear that CEO Skinner is going to be here, and she's not here right now. But I felt that that's what the type of information would be provided by staff, that they'd be looking at not just Simcoe County, but any other influences that we have, and that includes the pipeline to New Tecumseh as well. How that plays into so at this point in time, I'm if you're okay with that answer, I do believe that the staff would be coming back and certainly again in committee a whole we'll have a robust discussion as well. So
thank you.
My question is, I thought I recalled sitting at county council meeting that we resolved to invite this committee or like the standing committee or the province, I forget exactly how the motion went, but on this topic to come address and answer questions from county council. Do you think that this is the same exercise, or do you think there's going to be a different committee public meeting?
I think there'll be one public meeting, Mayor Hamlin. My understanding as well, with some of the comments were made that day when the decision was made, was the other comment was that it would allow municipalities to make a presentation if they so desired.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what I'm saying in the motion is let's talk about this and decide if we do need to or not. I do believe the situation is a little fluid, especially with Peel situation and the influences that'll have. But this would allow it to have staff letting us know their thoughts on those types of things.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. And the last motion, Councillor Doherty.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just read in the recommendation that
Staff support the City of Cambridge and the town of South Bruce Peninsula and their request. Just looking at this right now, I'm just wondering if we should say that staff and council support, because it was council resolutions that came to us.
Yeah, so what you're saying is recommendation that council support the City of Cambridge and the town of South Bruce Peninsula.
Yeah, or the council or staff and council.
Should be council.
Okay, so if
yeah.
we can just make that amendment, thank you, Clerk Almas, so that council support the City of Cambridge and the town of South Bruce Peninsula and their request that the Ministry of Transportation expand the usage of automated speed enforcement mechanisms. So I can speak to that.
I'll just get a seconder. Seconder for this motion. Councillor Ring, thank you.
So council will recall that we've received these motions from these two municipalities at our last meeting on January 22nd. And basically what the municipalities are asking for is amendments to the Highway Traffic Act that would permit municipalities to locate automated speed enforcement systems on any roadway. Right now, they are restricted in use only to school zones and community safety zones. So I think that with our focus, not just us, but many municipalities on speed and the apparent increase in speeding in our municipalities throughout our municipalities, that this makes a great deal of sense to support.
Okay, thank you. Any comments? Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hamlin, and I'm not opposed to supporting motions of the other municipalities, but recognizing that this discussion did occur at our Police Services Board, I believe last year, and some of the things that haven't been fixed within the AES opportunity is that it's very cost prohibitive for small municipalities. It is very lacking in your ability or response time to enforce, and it doesn't go as far as the points system. So while I'm happy to support if it's working for them, that's great, and they want to expand it. But I think this motion alone for the town of Collingwood would not be sufficient for us to go forward with this kind of activity.
Okay, Councillor Doherty.
Thank you. If I can just respond to that. The City of Barrie has become a automatic speed enforcement center, and what the effect has been to more localize the system and make it much less expensive for municipalities to participate in. So the cost will not be the same as what it was a year ago when the Police Services Board did consider it.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to this? I'll just say, oh, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm intrigued to ask Councillor Doherty, how much are we talking about for one of these boxes then, if you have an idea? Thank you.
And through you, Mayor, I don't have an idea. I can certainly supply you with an idea outside of this. But at this point in time, what I'm asking is for council to support the notion of expansion, whether we as a municipality ever choose to use the vehicle ourselves is something different, but let's have the option.
Yeah, when I was at AMO last summer, I did speak to one of the vendors of this equipment, and what they were offering was to install it at their cost. And they would, now I can't remember if they get all the revenue or they share the revenue, but they seem to think they could make it work with no capital. I guess there's lots of speeders out there, no capital. So I think I'm in favor of this. I'd say let's get the authority and then let's figure out the costs and so on. Yeah. Okay, any other comments? Okay, all those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. So what I'm going to suggest is I'll bring the motion now to move into the committee of the whole session, and then we'll adjourn, which I guess, will she have to, maybe I should adjourn first.
Recess.
Yeah, okay, because then it's a long story. Okay, we will recess at this point, and then when we return at 5 p.m., we'll do a motion to move into the committee of the whole. Okay, do we need to vote on a recess? No. Okay, I can just order that. I so order. Thank you. Do I need this for anything? That's just a handout? Oh, okay, that's good. All right, thank you. Okay, council, we're reconvened. It's 5 p.m. We're going to do the public planning meeting. This is item number 6.
Sorry.
Yes.
As per my notice in item 3 on the
Right.
agenda, I do have a non-pecuniary code of conduct disqualifying interest as a sibling has ownership in the property. So I'm going to watch it on the computer.
Okay. So the first item then is the public planning meeting. It's for a zoning bylaw amendment for 500 Hume Street. And I'll just welcome everyone to the public planning meeting for this bylaw amendment proposal. And this property is located on the south side of Hume Street between Raglan and Pretty River Parkway South. No decision will be made this evening. The purpose of this meeting is to introduce the proposed development and obtain public comments on the planning applications. The meeting will begin with presentations by staff and the applicant. Members of the public will then be invited to offer their comments or questions regarding the proposal. Once the public portion of the meeting's been completed, no more public comments or questions will be allowed at today's meeting. I will then ask council members if they have any questions. Once all public and councillor questions and comments have been received, staff or the applicant will have an opportunity to respond or provide clarification if appropriate. All questions and comments specific to the purpose of the subject application will be addressed in a future staff report. It is very important that the town receive the correct names, email addresses, and mailing addresses, including postal code, of individuals having an interest in these applications. If you plan to speak to the committee at this meeting, or you want to be notified of any future council or committee meetings concerning the application being considered, you must provide this information. Under the Planning Act, only those who have verbally expressed any comments here tonight or provided a written submission of any comments prior to council's decision have the right to appeal any decision of council to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Also, if you do not make an oral submission this evening or a written submission to council before council decision, you may not be added as a party to an appeal before the Ontario Land Tribunal unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to do so. This meeting is being recorded and streamed on the municipal YouTube channel and broadcast on Rogers TV. Your name, address, comments, and any other personal information are being recorded according to the Municipal Act and the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, and will become part of the public record and made available to the applicant, committee, and council. The minutes of this meeting will also be available to the general public on the town's website. I will begin by asking Planning Services to confirm that notification to the public has been given as required by the Planning Act within their presentation this evening. Again, I would like to remind everyone that no decision of council will be made today, and the application will be considered by council on a future date. So I'll start by turning the podium over to Manager Ayres.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to take this opportunity to introduce members of council and the public to Claire D'Souza, who joined the Planning Services team as a community planner in November. This represents Community Planner D'Souza's first public meeting as a municipal planner with the town of Collingwood, and I'm certain you will join me in wishing her a very warm welcome. And with that, I will turn it over to Community Planner D'Souza for this evening's public meeting presentation.
Welcome, Community Planner D'Souza, to Collingwood.
Thank you, and good evening, council and members of the public. My name is Claire D'Souza, and I am a new community planner with the town of Collingwood. I am also the planner assigned to this file for a proposed zoning bylaw amendment on lands located at 500 Hume Street. Next slide, please. The agenda this evening will follow the town's standard public meeting format. Madam Chair has already introduced the public meeting. The remainder of the meeting will consist of confirmation of public notice, overview of the development review process, application summary provided by myself, a brief presentation on behalf of the applicant, and then it will be opened up to public comments and questions, followed by council comments and questions. Next slide, please. In accordance with the Planning Act, I confirm that notice of complete application and public meeting was published and circulated on January 16th, 2024. Notice was given by ordinary mail to every landowner within 120 meters of the subject property and published in the Collingwood Today online newspaper. Next slide, please. This slide provides a general overview of the town's development review process. A pre-consultation meeting for this application was held with the applicant on March 19th, 2021. And following that meeting, the applicant was provided a detailed set of comments. The applicant submitted a zoning bylaw amendment application on December 13th, 2023. The application was deemed complete and a notice was circulated along with the notice of public meeting on January 16th, 2024. The application was circulated to various town departments and external agencies for review and comment. And this brings us to step 6, the statutory public meeting. This evening, we will receive comments from the members of the public on the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. Next slide, please. The subject property is located south of Hume Street between Raglan Street and Pretty River Parkway South and has a lot area of 1.7 hectares. The lands are located within the industrial fringe with more intensive industrial uses located further to the south. The applicant's agent is Travis Sandberg of Dunn Capital Corporation. Mr. Sandberg is in attendance this evening and will be providing a brief presentation following this presentation. The purpose and effect of this application is to amend the Business Park Industrial Exception 2 M42 zoning provisions to permit one restaurant with a maximum size equal to the lesser of 50% of the gross floor area of the building, or 475 square meters. Next slide, please. This slide shows the site plan for the subject property. To the south on the site plan is Building Pad 3, which is the site of the existing Holiday Inn. Further to the northeast is Building Pad 2, which is the site of the newly constructed Candlewood Suites. And to the west is Building Pad 1, which is the subject of this application. No structure has been built on Building Pad 1 yet, and the applicant is proposing to establish a restaurant within the ground floor of a future 2-story multi-use building. The upper floors would be utilized for business offices, and there are no proposed changes to parking or site entrances. Next slide, please. The subject property is designated Business Park in the official plan, and as mentioned, the lands are located within the industrial fringe along Hume Street. Lands surrounding the property are a mix of highway, commercial, and industrial uses. Next slide, please. The subject property is zoned Business Park Industrial Exception 2. The existing exception includes a motor vehicle sales establishment as an additional permitted use. The proposed amendment seeks to amend the existing M42 exception provisions, and as mentioned, to permit one restaurant with the maximum size equal to the lesser of 50% of the gross floor area of the building, or 475 square meters. All other provisions of the M4 zone would remain. Next slide, please. After the preparation of these slides, Planning Services have received comments from Enbridge, MTO, and Environmental Services. Given technical review is still underway, it is anticipated that additional comments from town departments and external agencies will be forthcoming. Public comments as well as comments resulting from the technical review will inform a future recommendation report and may result in further revisions to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. Next slide, please. Following this evening, the next steps include reviewing and considering comments received from the public and from technical review, refining the applications as necessary, and preparing a staff report with recommendations to Committee of the Whole and to Council. Council would then render a decision to approve or refuse the zoning bylaw amendment. Next slide, please. Should anyone wish to submit comments or concerns following this evening, you are welcome to email myself, Community Planner D'Souza. Members of the public can provide comments up until Council makes a decision. Next slide. Members of the public can check the town's website to review committee and council schedules and agendas. Alternatively, there is an option to subscribe to receive email updates regarding upcoming meetings of interest to you. Planning Services, next slide, please. Planning Services also wanted to provide an overview of what constitutes formal notice under the Planning Act. The Planning Act requires that notice of complete application and public meeting be given to every landowner within 120 meters of the subject property and by posting notice on the property or by publishing the notice in a local newspaper. Planning Services goes above and beyond the Planning Act requirements by publishing notice in a local newspaper and mailing the notice to landowners within 120 meters of the property. The Planning Act also requires that notice of decision be provided to each person who filed a written request for notice, which will be done once a decision is rendered. Planning Services will endeavor to provide a courtesy email to members of the public who request notice or provide comments when a staff report is being advanced to committee or council. Courtesy notices are not a requirement under the Planning Act. However, staff are working to ensure interested members of the public are made aware of updates to development. We encourage folks that are interested in developments to visit the town's proposed major developments website to stay up to date on development proposals they may have an interest in. Next slide, please. If any members of the public wish to receive notice of council's decision, please provide your contact details, including your name, email, mailing address on the form provided in council chambers this evening, or send an email to myself at the email address provided on the screen. I would like to remind everyone that the purposes of this evening's meeting is to receive public comments and share information regarding the proposal, and that no decision will be made. I understand that the applicant's agent, Mr. Sandberg, is here this evening and would like to make some brief remarks. I will also be available to answer any questions from council or members of the public. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Mr. Sandberg, would you like to come up?
Thank you, Worship. Good evening, council, staff, and any members of the public, either here in person or online in attendance today. As mentioned, my name is Travis Sandberg. I'm the manager of development and planning at Dunn Capital. This is our application for a zoning bylaw amendment for 498 Hume Street. Just off the hop, I'd just like to mention that 498 Hume Street is the actual address applied to this particular building pad. 500 Hume Street is the overall parcel, hence why there's discrepancy in the municipal addresses. Next slide, please. I'm going to this evening just provide a very brief overview of the site and some additional details on the application that's before you and subject to this public meeting today. In terms of some development history on this site, a site plan approval was originally granted in 2018, and it included the construction of a 4-story hotel as well as two two-story office buildings at the time. So the Holiday Inn, as you can see in the middle image on this particular slide, is currently constructed and contains 93 guest rooms. The Candlewood Suites was subject to a subsequent site plan amendment in order to convert one of the office buildings to another business hotel. That has recently completed construction. It contains 51 guest rooms, which are intended for a more extended stay and includes kitchenettes and workstations within each suite. Building pad 1, as it stands today, is approved for 2-story office building. So again, as a quick note, this application proposes to amend the zoning bylaw to allow 50% of the approved GFA on building pad 1 to be permitted for restaurant use. The remaining floor area would remain available for office uses as permitted in the zoning bylaw. Next slide, please. So this provides an overview of the site plan. You can tell that, you can see from the plan that it is essentially built in campus-like format. There's 2 entrances provided to the site, one from Hume Street, 3 and 2 from Raglan Street. The site, all 3 buildings share site parking as well as access and internal driveways. And as mentioned by staff, there's no proposed changes or required changes to this site as a result of the application. There is sufficient parking and access to the site. Next slide, please. So in terms of neighborhood context, the site is located within the business park industrial designation. and is also subject to the industrial fringe overlay. The surrounding uses generally consist of business park type uses, including some offices, mainly industrial uses to the south, and some mixed industrial type uses to the east on Pretty River Parkway and on the east side and west side. The overall intent of this restaurant use is to provide a supporting use to those existing businesses and uses in the area, including the hotel uses and the surrounding industrial uses. Next slide, please. As a part of our planning justification report, we wanted to highlight some of the main objectives of the official plan, including the provision of active transportation and really promoting the use of public transit. As you can see, based on the map here, there is a very good opportunity to utilize active transportation, existing active transportation routes. And the site is also conveniently located in proximity to a number of different public transit stops, including the East Route bus stop, the Collingwood-Wasaga Beach Link bus stop, the Collingwood Crosstown route, as well as a multi-route stop in front of the hospital. The availability of public transit as well as the active transportation routes provide a good opportunity for the future patrons and employees to this site in order to access the larger town network right at the doorstep and in very close proximity, walking distance to the property. Next slide, please. So in terms of next steps, Dunn Capital, we will be responsible to address any comments received from the public or the public agencies and town staff. We will be responding to those before staff will provide a recommendation report and a decision from council. If approved, we can secure a tenant for the restaurant use, and we anticipate that a minor site plan amendment may be required in order to reflect any revised building elevations as a result of the change in use. Following that, we will be applying for building permits with the intention of going to construction in the fall of 2024, pending the results of this application. That's the end of my brief presentation. I am absolutely available and happy to answer any questions of council or the public and to provide any clarifying information that I can. Thank you.
Thank you. Would there be any members of the public who wish to address council at this public meeting? Okay, I see none. Is there anyone? Oh, yes, please come up.
I'm very pleased to be here tonight. I am so impressed by council. Watching you work since 2 o'clock. It's a long, long haul. And the decisions that have been made by council today with regards to the community safety zones and the school zones is very, a very solid step forward. And I just wanted to say, I am very proud of this group. It's very cohesive, and I think you have done an exemplary job. I've given you a handout. I just wanted to point out one thing in this report that I think that it's a very comprehensive report, and staff has been working very hard on this, and it's impressive. The depth.
Excuse me.
Yeah. Was this regard to this
public meeting? Yes, only the public meeting for the proposal to.
Then I have a good question.
You have a question?
Okay. So this is a 200
well, not that we don't like to be complimented. Okay. Thank you.
So this is so 5,000 square feet refers to about a 200-seat restaurant. Is that correct?
I can answer the question.
But maybe if you have a few questions, you could give them all.
That's one of the questions I have. And the other question I have, it's really interesting to put a restaurant into this commercial area because it kind of encourages more street activity, which I think is great. You have these several sort of buildings, accommodation buildings, but will there be a plan to actually accommodate any seating outside of the building? And is that going to be part of the changes in the zoning.
Okay, are those your two questions?
Yeah, those are my two questions.
Okay,
All right.
we will get answers for you.
So through the chair, to answer those questions, the exact number of seats hasn't been determined to the maximum. We've had some rough calculations based on available capacity. And to be perfectly frank with you, I don't remember them off the top of my head. They are captured in the planning justification report that was submitted. A lot of the floor area result is dependent on the overall design, including kitchen size and everything else. In terms of exterior seating at this point, we don't have any concrete plans for it. And if we were to explore that, I would lean on staff to confirm whether or not that would have to be captured in the actual zoning amendment, or if it could be reflected through a future site plan amendment application.
Okay, thank you. Maybe you just want to wait there for a moment. Would there be anyone online who wishes to address this matter?
Thank you, Your Worship. We do have a number of attendees online. If you wish to address council regarding this public planning meeting, please press the raise your hand feature at the bottom of your screen. There's no interest at this time, Your Worship.
Okay. Is there any other member of the public who wishes to speak to this? No? Okay. Council, do you have any questions at this time? Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Through you to, I'm sorry, sir, I've forgotten your name.
My name's Travis Sandberg.
Mr. Sandberg, right. Will you be applying, or do you know at this point whether you have any plans for this restaurant to apply for a liquor license, number one, and number two? Are there similar plans for 3 meals a day or 2 meals a day, i.e. breakfast, lunch, and dinner, or just lunch and dinner? And that's it. Thank you.
So through you, the chair, the intent would be to apply for a liquor license. The plan for this restaurant would be a full service restaurant, not a quick service, so no drive through. It would be full sit down for lunch and dinner is our anticipation. Again, it would likely depend on the business model of whatever tenant ends up getting secured, but it would be a full sit down, likely 2 or 3 meals, definitely lunch and dinner.
Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Chair. And just a comment and a question. So first of all, you just mentioned there'd be no drive-through, and I must say I'm very happy to hear that. It makes no sense to me that this municipality has a idling bylaw, and yet we have a proliferation of drive-throughs in our community. And the second question is, do you have water allocation, or will you be applying for it?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Through you, the chair, we do currently have water allocation. The previous allocation was based off the 2-story office use. So as a part of our application, we did submit an addendum to that original servicing capacity report, which confirms that converting half of the GFA and maintaining the other half as office use doesn't impact that existing allocation, and it can be accommodated within the existing services.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? One question I had was north of the site you're talking about, it says there's a parcel that's just noted as future development by others. I'm just wondering, and maybe this is a question for manager or maybe our community planner. I'm wondering if what's permitted on that site, and is there any application currently for development there?
I might rely on Manager Ayers for this one. I don't know, but I can also look into that and get back to you. Yeah, I'm not sure which site and if there is any development application as of right now, but I can look into that for sure.
Okay, thank you. Manager Ayers, are you aware?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to confirm, you said the parcel to the north. So is that the parcel on the corner of Raglan and Hume Street?
Yes.
Just very quickly looking at the zoning on the property, it is actually zoned, looks to be highway commercial with an exception. And if you just bear with me for one moment, I can pull up what the exception is.
Thank you.
But it is different zoning than the lands subject to this public meeting today. Thank you for that moment of pause. So the highway commercial exception 3 only has site-specific lot provisions. So all of the permitted uses that are permitted in the parent highway commercial zoning would apply to that property.
Okay, thank you. So I presume staff will address if there's anything conflicting with restaurant use in their report. Okay, well, that's great. So there's no other comments, so I can call this public meeting to a close. And thank you for your presentations. And Ms. Beck, if you could please sign in because we need your full address. Thank you. And at this point, I will look for a motion to move into our committee of a whole. Councillor Potts, seconded by Councillor Baines. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. And Councillor Doherty and I will just change spots so that she can chair our committee meeting.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Committee of the Whole. As our first item on the agenda, we have a staff report, a proposed concurrent official plan and zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision for 5 Silver Creek Drive, otherwise known as Huntingwood Trails, the East Lands. And I will turn this over to Planner Ayers. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of council, and members of the public. My name is Lindsay Ayers, Manager of Planning, and I'm the municipal planner overseeing this development file. This presentation will provide an overview of the proposed concurrent official plan and zoning bylaw amendments and draft plan of subdivision for the eastern portion of the Huntingwood Trails lands located at 5 Silver Creek Drive. Next slide, please. This is a 2023 aerial image of the subject lands, which are located on the south side of Highway 26. The lands that are the subject of the official plan and zoning bylaw amendments and draft plan of subdivision applications are outlined in red on the screen. The entire property is approximately 49 hectares in size, with frontage on both Highway 26 and Silver Creek Drive. The subject east lands comprise approximately 29 hectares and are generally vacant, with the exception of agricultural uses in the form of cattle grazing during non-winter months. Surrounding land uses include rural residential lands or the forest subdivision to the west, medium density residential lands or Silver Glen Preserve residential condominium development to the east, environmental protection lands being the Silver Creek wetland complex to the north, and vacant rural lands including the Georgian Trail to the south. Next slide, please. So 5 Silver Creek Drive has been the subject of several planning applications over the last 10 to 15 years. The existing land use designations for the subject property are residential and environmental protection. The 2 residential development areas identified in yellow on the screen were established through an Ontario Municipal Board decision in 2014. The existing land use designations on the subject property are not proposed to change. The current official plan policies require vehicular access and servicing from the adjacent residential development to the east. The proposed official plan amendment would maintain the ability to provide vehicular access and servicing from the lands to the east, but also permit vehicular access and servicing from the lands to the west. I would note that applications for a zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision for the residentially designated lands on the western portion of the property were approved by the Ontario Land Tribunal in September of 2022. Final approval and registration of the subdivision on the west lands is subject to fulfillment of the conditions of draft plan approval. Next slide, please. So the Town of Collingwood zoning bylaw zones the subject east lands as rural, environmental protection, and deferred residential. The zoning bylaw amendment proposes to rezone portions of the east lands to facilitate the proposed residential development. Per the image on the right-hand side of the screen, the lands are proposed to be rezoned to environmental protection, 1 residential second density exception zone that would limit uses to semi-detached dwellings and establish site-specific lot provisions, 3 residential third density exception zones that would limit uses to townhouse dwellings and establish site-specific lot provisions, and 1 additional residential third density exception zone that would limit uses to single detached dwellings and establish a site-specific provision related to the environmental protection boundary. Next slide, please. The proposed plan of subdivision would divide Block 98 of the draft approved plan of subdivision for the west lands, which is located in the lower left corner of the image on your screen, into 7 lots to facilitate the construction of single detached dwellings. It would also divide the east lands into 7 lots intended for 14 semi-detached dwellings and 12 blocks comprised of 48 townhouse dwellings. The proposal for the east lands also includes 2 walkway blocks, 2 environmental protection area blocks, 1 road widening block along Highway 26, and 1 road with a proposed connection to the Huntingwood Trails west lands. Next slide, please. The applications were circulated to town departments, third-party peer reviewers, and external agencies for review and comment. Several key comments emerged from this technical review, including transportation concerns raised by the Ministry of Transportation or the MTO. The MTO has identified that the subject property is at a critical location that would affect all route options for a future Highway 26 Collingwood-Stayner bypass, and that the subject applications would be detrimental to future planning for a bypass, as they would significantly limit the route planning options and could completely preclude a future bypass. The MTO has requested the applications be deferred until the province, the County of Simcoe, and the town have had an opportunity to confirm or that are satisfied that the subject applications would not negatively affect the route planning for a future highway bypass. I would also note that subsequent to receiving the MTO comments, the County of Simcoe has also requested that no decision be made on these applications until transportation matters can be explored in more detail. Natural heritage concerns were also raised by the town's third-party peer reviewer, Natural Resource Solutions, Inc., or NRSI. NRSI has identified that the content presented in the environmental impact study is insufficient to either characterize the existing natural heritage features and functions or to address potential impacts and appropriate mitigation measures for the proposed development. NRSI has taken the position that significant additional steps are required to adequately address the municipal and provincial natural heritage policies, including identifying the fulsome extent of natural heritage features and functions within and adjacent to the proposed development, and demonstrating that the proposed development will avoid negatively impacting these features. The Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority, or NVCA, who functions as the town's technical advisor for natural hazard matters, has also raised a number of concerns with respect to the natural hazard studies submitted and have noted that the proposed applications would establish planning provisions that would permit the installation of a watercourse crossing for which the NVCA has regulatory authority to authorize or prohibit. It is the NVCA's position that the proposed development has not demonstrated consistency with provincial natural hazard policies, nor has it been demonstrated that the proposed watercourse crossing would be a candidate for authorization. The NVCA considers the establishment of a planning provision to facilitate the watercourse crossing premature and is not supportive of the proposed development on the subject lands at this time. Next slide, please. A public meeting was not scheduled for the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendments prior to this report being advanced to committee for consideration. With complex applications such as these, staff typically wait until the first round of technical review is completed and any necessary changes are made to the proposal before moving forward with the public meeting. In consideration of the technical comments received and the statutory timelines for council to make a decision under the Planning Act, Planning Services has advanced a recommendation of refusal without a public meeting as permitted under the Planning Act. However, I would note that more than 15 written comments were received from members of the public in response to the subject applications, and these were appended to the staff report. The written public comments received were in opposition to the proposed development and primarily identified concerns related to negative impacts to the provincially significant Silver Creek wetland, biodiversity and habitat loss, natural hazard concerns related to flooding and drainage, public health and safety, climate change matters, and traffic concerns, among others. The rationale for refusal of the proposed development based on prematurity generally aligns with the public comments and objections received to date. Next slide, please. So Planning Services has identified a number of potential concerns regarding consistency and conformity of the proposed development with all of the applicable provincial and municipal planning policy and regulatory instruments, including the provincial policy statement, a place to grow plan, Simcoe County's official plan, and the town's official plan. More specifically, in consideration of the MTO comments, it would be premature for Planning Services to determine if the proposed development is consistent with the transportation system's policies related to the requirement for planning authorities to plan for and protect transportation corridors and rights of way to meet current and projected needs and to not permit development in planned corridors that could preclude or negatively affect the use of an existing or planned transportation corridor. In consideration of NRSI's comments, it would be premature for Planning Services to determine if the proposed development is consistent with the policies related to the protection of natural heritage features, more specifically not permitting development and site alteration in significant wetlands, coastal wetlands, woodlands, valley lands, fish habitat, and the habitat of endangered or threatened species, unless it has been demonstrated that there will be no negative impacts on the natural features features or their ecological functions, and/or it is in accordance with provincial and federal requirements. In consideration of NVCA's comments, it would be premature for planning services to determine if the proposed development is consistent with the natural hazard policies related to ensuring development is outside of hazardous lands adjacent to rivers and streams impacted by flooding and/or erosion hazards, and not permitting development and site alteration within areas that would be rendered inaccessible to the public or to people and vehicles during times of flooding hazards and/or erosion hazards, unless it has been demonstrated that the site has safe access appropriate for the nature of the development and the natural hazard. In addition, given the only proposed access to the residential development is entirely contingent on a proposed watercourse crossing, it would be premature for planning services to recommend approval prior to the NVCA determining if the proposed watercourse crossing would be a candidate for authorization under their jurisdiction. Furthermore, planning authorities are encouraged to build constructive, cooperative relationships through meaningful engagement with Indigenous communities. The subject applications were circulated to Indigenous communities who have expressed interest in development applications in the town of Collingwood, including the Huron-Wendat Nation, the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, and the Métis Nation of Ontario. The Saugeen Ojibwe Nation consulted on the zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision for the West lands and have expressed general interest in development on the subject property, though a formal request for consultation has not yet been received for the East lands. Based on the complexity of the subject applications and strong potential consultation requests from the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation and other Indigenous communities with limited capacity, Planning Services is of the opinion that any meaningful Indigenous consultation cannot be completed within the statutory timeframes provided for under the Planning Act, given consultation has not yet commenced and is typically led and funded by the applicant. Next slide, please. In consideration of the technical review of the subject applications completed thus far, the comments received from the public to date, and the statutory timeframes provided for under the Planning Act, Planning Services is recommending that the applications be refused due to prematurity. Furthermore, in consideration of the work completed on the subject applications to date, Planning Services is recommending that 50% of the application fees be refunded to the applicant. Planning Services notes that a refusal based on prematurity provides the applicant with the opportunity to reapply in the future pending resolution of the outstanding issues and/or a redesign of the development proposal. As I previously noted, both the Ministry of Transportation and the County of Simcoe have suggested the subject applications be deferred. While a deferral decision is certainly an option of council to consider, it is not recommended by staff. The outstanding technical work and consultation with the MTO and Indigenous communities will not be resolved in short order and is anticipated to require months or perhaps years to complete. Such an extended timeline for active applications would lead to a strong risk of a full application fee refund for the concurrent official plan and zoning bylaw amendments and an appeal of non-decision by the applicant, both of which have more significant financial impacts to the municipality than a refusal decision. As previously noted, a refusal based on prematurity would provide the applicant with an opportunity to reapply in the future pending resolution of outstanding issues and/or a redesign of the proposal, thereby restarting the legislative clock and allowing for further public input. Next slide, please. In terms of the development review process, we are currently at step 9, where the committee is considering a comprehensive report, which includes a staff recommendation for refusal. As previously noted, considering the technical review completed and the comments received to date, as well as the statutory timeframes provided for under the Planning Act, steps 5 through 7, which involve the public meeting and application refinement, did not occur. Next slide, please. Following today's Committee of the Whole meeting, it is anticipated that Council will consider and make a decision to refuse, approve, or defer the subject applications at its meeting scheduled for Wednesday, February 21st. Should Council decide to refuse or approve the subject applications, notices of decision would be issued to the prescribed bodies and all individuals who submitted a written request for notice to the town. The notices of decision would also be published in the Collingwood Today online newspaper. Following a decision to refuse or approve the applications, there is a 20-day appeal period should anyone wish to appeal Council's decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal. I would also note that although not recommended by staff, should Council approve the applications, the official plan amendment would be submitted to the County of Simcoe for consideration as the approval authority. And finally, should Council decide to defer a decision on the subject applications, the development review process would continue. This would involve town departments, third-party peer reviewers, and external agencies finalizing their technical comments, the applicant preparing a response to those technical comments through a resubmission, and the town scheduling a statutory public meeting. However, as previously noted, this would be an exceedance of the statutory timeframes provided for under the Planning Act and is not being recommended by staff. And this concludes my presentation this evening. I'm available to answer any questions members of the committee or the public may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Manager Ayers. Is there anyone from the council chambers who would like to make comment? And I see that we have Carlos Palumbo. Welcome.
Thank you.
Don't forget to sign in if you would.
Did forget, I would. Madam Chair, is it okay if I pass around just a couple of pictures here? I'm not sure if the members, I know I sent emails, but they weren't, I don't know, they weren't able to be published online there. So I just wanted everyone to just pass along. It's basically all I ask. So thank you very much, Madam Chair, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and councillors, for allowing me some input on this matter. I'd also like to express my sincere thank you to Ms. Lindsay Ayers and her staff for the thorough report that they provided. I'm sorry, I have a bit of a cold, so if you can just put up with me. I lived at 19 Silver Creek Drive for about 30 years, 35 years now. That's about 5 lots away from the creek. And in that time, and that's west of the creek. In that time, I've seen that Silver Creek rise in the spring to approximately 4 or 5 feet high, higher than what it is in the spring, in the summer. And the thaw would crash against, and those are the pictures that I'm submitting to you, would crash against the underpass to Highway 26. That's how much water is there. Also, it spans approximately 1 foot higher, if not more, across that floodplain. That's going west to the west side. On the east side, all I can see is from the highway, and it's completely flooded in there. So this is a very precarious development. I'm not sure how the OMB of the past just passed it, especially with over or approximately 100 units being built on the west side and leaving a flooding area up to the road. Or the driveway on that path, which is about 2 football fields away. And that's what I'm talking about, the 2 feet of water that overflowed. So I'm not clear exactly how that got passed. You know, if they plan now to even compound that by putting a culvert type bridge or any sort of type bridge further up on their property so they can cross over to make 60 townhouses or whatever other houses, form of housing they plan to put there. I just don't understand it. We have a flooding problem right at the highway at 26. Now they're intending on creating another flooding problem further upstream. Now, right now, that water that floods across the 26 was basically farmland, belonged to the Skeltons at the time. But once you start building all those houses in that area, and again, approximately 100, then the flooding will occur further up, causing ice jams up there, and then flooding further down as well. This development has been a thorn in my side for the last 15 years. I've gone to every meeting. I've expressed my concerns at every meeting. And I know that you can't just say, oh, well, you know, great for you and I'm on your side and so on. I know there's laws and bylaws and, as you've seen, government agencies all involved in that. But, you know, for a simple-minded fellow, it doesn't take much for me to drive there. And it's not every spring it goes up that high, but there are times when it does. And that's the times we got to protect ourselves for. Not when you take a picture like this floodplain study, 143 pages. 143 pages, half of them are graphs, the other half are charts, and then there's a little bit of typing in between. But you know, the thing that caught my eye was on the top of each one of these is June 16th, 22. And what I'm not clear on is that the time they took their data to make this report? Because if it is, of course, junior water levels are going to be low. You know, the thaw is done. It started to evaporate long ago, you know, back in May. And sure, I can show you our property in the summer. Perfect, no problems. But don't come there in the spring because you're going to sink in the sand, I guess. I'm not sure what's under there, moss and sand, but you will sink. So again, I'm not sure when they did this actual report, like when they actually got their information.
Mr. Plumbo, just mention that you're got about 1 minute left. Sorry.
Okay, I'm almost at the end actually too.
Okay, good.
Okay. Perfect. So, and the other interesting thing on these charts is this is a proposed conditions. So, okay, what are the actual conditions in the last 5 years? You've owned the property for 15, and now you're proposing something. And I don't know if anyone's actually been out there during this flooding season to actually see what's going on. You know, I truly believe this thing will have environmental impacts on this land, and this is sensitive land. Not only is it a floodplain, but it is an environmental ecosystem of its own. You know, I can't see how anyone could pass it, but unfortunately that fellow with the OMB there decided it was a good idea and gave this fellow permission to do so. I hope that we have a little bit more sense than they do. Thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate this chance. Oh, you can keep those.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else from the gallery or
questions
online that would like to speak to this?
Yes, thank you, Chair Doherty. We do have Chris Mifflin who would like to address Committee of the Whole regarding this staff report.
Very good. Is Mr. Mifflin online? Yeah.
Mute.
Okay, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, good evening.
Mr. Mifflin.
Thank you very much. I live in Collingwood in the Forest Drive area. And thanks very much for the opportunity to talk very briefly. And I have some questions specific to this development. And I know the mayor said, let's not dwell on the congratulations, but this is a super complex application. And I think our town planning people have done a great job. They've been very accessible and extremely professional. And I know they're under a tremendous amount of time pressure, primarily because of our Ford government's changes to the planning acts and all the rest of that. So that's a double whammy: complexity and less time to process the app. So a couple of questions. My first one is, hopefully, if Edward Weiss, that's the name of the guy, and the Huntingwood Trails, if they have to reapply, will they be reapplying presumably they would be reapplying, and the new official plan from 2023 would be applicable? It's the first question. The second question is, just like the timeframes that Ford has laid on us, we have 120 days, and those are not working days, those are just calendar days. If the applicant wants to appeal, is the 20-day time frame, are they calendar days or are they working days? My third question is, because the MTO has identified this Highway 26 bypass as being such a concern, I am wondering whether or not the same logic applies to the Huntingwood Trails West development. There's not a lot of space between them. I agree. The Silver Creek runs between the east and the west, and maybe that's the point of difference. But it would be good to know, because they're all still in concession 12. It would be perhaps we could clarify whether or not the west development is subject to the same concerns as the MTO has raised on Huntingwood Trails East. The last question is and I don't want to meander too far on this one, but the application and the history of this development and the behavior of the applicant has really been very suspect. Clear cutting the forest on the east side, 2017, continued to cut down forest. He may have had a permit for the second cutting, but basically he's cutting through the woodlands, through the PSW, in order to be able to provide cattle grazing access to the east side of Silver Creek. And despite a few attempts to ask them, he leases the property out to a farmer who has cattle there in the summertime. We've asked for that not to happen, because we've seen increased E. coli levels when the cattle travel across Silver Creek. He's refused to do that. Clearly, the reports that the planning department have considered, particularly the natural heritage one that was reviewed by NRSI, sorry, the natural hazards by the NVCA, these reports are clearly inadequate. Like, it's so obvious that there are so many gaps and errors, and that they really are inadequate. I wonder, I'm asking, are there any sort of avenues for the town to, I'm going to say, recover monies when an applicant clearly puts forward inadequate reports that forces the town to have to go to their peer reviews and spend the money and pay the peer review folks all the money, basically to come back and say it's inadequate, whether it's Crozier or TerraProbe. I'm wondering whether or not there are any avenues that the town has to ensure that if this applicant makes another application, we will not be subject to bearing all the costs associated with proving that the application has major shortcomings. Those are the questions. I don't need all the answers right now. Some of them may be very simple. Some of them may be rather complicated or long-winded.
Thank you. What I'll do is I will ask Manager Ayers to answer those questions that she can, and if there are any that she cannot, that we will take them under advisement and have an answer for you at a later date. So the first was whether a new application would be under the new OP or the old one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have taken detailed notes so I can go through all of the questions in a row if that permits. Yeah,
that's great. Thank you.
So with respect to if you know, again, there's still ifs involved here, but if council were to refuse the applications and the applicant were to reapply in the future, it would, whether the new official plan would be the prevailing local policy document at the time would really be dependent on when the applications are submitted and deemed complete. So as council's aware, we did adopt a new official plan in December of 2023. It has been forwarded to the County of Simcoe for review and approval as the approval authority, but we don't know exactly when the county may be in a position to bring forward a recommendation of approval and what that time frame would be. So what official plan would be the working document would be entirely dependent on when the any future applications were received. Okay. With respect to time frames and the calendar days that Mr. Mifflin asked about, appeals, the 20-day appeal period would commence following a notice of decision. So again, as I indicated in my presentation, council, we are anticipating council will make a decision on February 21st. We would have we have to have the notices out. Can't remember if it's 10 or 15 days following the decision, but the appeal period would be based on when the notice goes out, and the 20 days are again calendar days. They are not working days, and that appeal date would be very clearly stated in the notices that are prepared. With respect to the Highway 26 bypass, I will attempt to address this, and I may look to my friends in engineering services as well for further commentary. But with respect to the MTO comments and their applicability to the west lands that already have received their draft plan approval and the zoning bylaw amendment is in full force and effect, my understanding is that the primary concern with the MTO is the proposed roadway that is traversing the lands. I'm not aware of them having, raised concerns with the residential development that's been draft plan approved on the west lands. But I understanding engineering services has been in more detailed conversations with the MTO, so I will refer to Manager West for that.
Okay. Manager West.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, managers is correct. At this time, the MTO is still has only conducted a feasibility study for the Highway 26 alignment. But my understanding as well is also correct that the potential lands that would be impacted would be more so the east side of Huntingwood development, right, rather than the westlands. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Then you got the next one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just finally, with respect to potential avenues for the town to recover monies associated with the peer review, I did just want to advise that the applicant actually pays the costs for all of the peer reviews through our development review process. So, any third-party peer reviewer that we may retain to review a development application, all of those costs are taken out of the contingency deposits that are submitted in support of a Planning Act application. And if and when, and it does happen more often than not, the contingency deposit does get dropped down to zero, we do request additional monies to cover any and all costs that are associated with that development review. So there's no need to pursue other avenues to get that money back.
Great. I think there was also a question about clear cutting on the property, and I think the suggestion from Mr. Mifflin was that they were cutting without permits and also facilitating grazing, which could have impacts on the water quality.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can't really speak to bylaw enforcement matters, but I would just state that, our current tree bylaw does have a number of exceptions to that bylaw. And I believe, I have not taken a detailed look at it, but I believe agricultural uses may be one of them, but I can't speak to that in more detail at this time.
Okay, thank you. So that might be something that we can follow up with on a later date. Okay, Mr. Mifflin, thank you very much for your
thank you.
comments and questions. Thank you. And is there anyone else online?
Thank you, Chair Doherty. We do have two individuals. We have, I believe, a representative on behalf of the applicant, Mark Yarrington. We'll just allow Mr. Yarrington to speak.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Yarrington.
Yes, good evening, Your Worship, Madam Chair, and members of council. My name is Mark Yarrington from KLM Planning Partners, and we're the land use planners for Huntingwood Trails Collingwood Limited. Firstly, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to this item in consideration that staff are recommending refusal. I was frankly shocked when on Tuesday, January 30th, 2024, we received an email from Planning Services advising that based on the nature of the comments received to date, the Planning Services were recommending the applications be refused due to prematurity. Prior to this email, my client had not been provided with the comments from the town departments and external agencies, including those from NRSI and NVCA. I was therefore taken back at the timeline of today's report and the recommendations given that these comments were received by us less than a week before the report was scheduled to be heard, and my client was not given substantive time to respond to the comments. Having read the staff report, suffice to say, we do not agree with a number of the opinions and conclusions nor the recommendations. I will deal with the issues, I guess, as I see them, but in conclusion, I would request that the committee and council reconsider this recommendation and direct staff to continue to process the applications. Regarding the decision timeframe, in my opinion, there's too much weight being given in the recommendation to meet the timelines established by the province. Timelines in the Planning Act have allowed for appeals for non-decisions for some time, and yet in many cases with files involving substantial technical matters, these timelines are unrealistic. In this case, refusing the application today does not provide any time for meetings to try and clarify opinions, positions, and resolve issues. For the town to conclude that it's appropriate that we go away, resolve issues, and reapply is also impractical from our perspective and has the potential for our client to be back in the same place we are now. And I would remind council that we did just reapply as a result of a settlement reached with the town. At no time in the process has my client indicated they intend to request fees be returned. None of the comments received, in my opinion, recommend refusal or suggest that the application cannot continue to be processed. In fact, if you read the staff report closely, Planning Services are not saying the applications in and of themselves are premature, but rather it's premature for Planning Services to determine if the applications meet the various tests of the applicable policy. In my opinion, the process would benefit from further discussion between our team, town staff, external agencies, and this may lead to a different planning opinion and recommendation. With respect to the ecological issues raised by NRSI and the floodplain issues raised by NVCA, as council will recall, development applications for the western portion of our clients' lands were approved by OLT in the fall of 2022 on consent with the town, the county, and the NVCA. The scope and the extent of the natural heritage and flood comments received are very similar to those received for the westlands, and it was only through ongoing discussions with the departments, agencies, where we were able to avoid a contested hearing and reach a settlement with the consent of all parties to approve those applications on the west. Similarly, there were a multitude of flood and natural heritage issues raised at the time of the original official plan amendment in 2014, which, contrary to the staff report, in my opinion, on page 24, did establish the principle of development on the lands and designate them for residential. Through that process, it was again through consultation, discussion, and simply staying at the table that those issues were addressed and settlement was reached with the consent of all parties. Regarding MTO's comments, the notion of a Highway 26 bypass is not new, and the potential for the bypass was also known in 2014 when the principle of residential development was established. In that case, the OP was approved with no objection from MTO and on consent also from the town, NVCA, and the county, identifying that the subject lands can be developed. No change to the residential boundary of the pod is being proposed. Further, MTO have indicated that they are open to having discussions to seek a solution to minimize the impacts between those applications and a potential future bypass. They did not request that the applications be refused. Similarly, subsequent to providing positive comments on the official plan and zoning and conditions for the draft plan, the county subsequently identified a need to complete a network capacity improvement study for the Georgian Triangle area, which includes the subject lands. Again, this does not request that the applications be refused. Regarding Indigenous consultation, it's noted in the staff report that the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation have indicated a general interest in development on the subject property, though a formal request for consultation has not been received. And it is on that basis that staff conclude there's a strong potential for consultation requests.
Mr. Yerington, I'll just interrupt you long enough to say that you've got about a minute left.
Okay, thank you. Regardless of the potential for consultation requests, the Planning Act does allow interested parties to submit comments up to the time council makes a decision, and therefore the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, and from my perspective, is not precluded from participating. To conclude, we respectfully suggest that it's inappropriate to recommend refusal at this time. The approach to processing applications in the middle of a well-documented housing crisis is inappropriate. Comments were only just received, and I would note that it's not all uncommon that there are iterations, resubmissions of applications as you work through resolving technical issues and comments. Recommending refusal so soon after receiving comments, none of which recommend refusal, and providing no opportunity for consultation with the various agencies, the public, in our opinion, is counterproductive, and that is not what is intended by the legislation. Again, I would request that council reconsider the recommendation and direct them to continue processing the applications. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yerington. So there are others, okay?
Correct. We have Mr. James Deziel. I'd also like to address the committee.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Dalziel.
Yes, hi, here I am.
Welcome. Go ahead.
Yeah,
You've got 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Miss. I'd just like to affirm that there was a stop work order issued for clear cutting, and the developer was required to replant trees in part of this property, and that's a fact. The other thing I'd like to ask Mr. Yerington, why has he reapplied for something that is still in the works?
Yeah, that'll have to be a question that Mr. Yerington takes on advisement. We don't have crosstalk.
Okay. My last point, I'd like to know some of the financials here. The cost of a refund is how much, and the cost of a deferral is how much to the town?
Manager Ayers, can you shed light?
Sorry, I'm just trying to pull up the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment concurrent fee application. So just bear with me for one moment. With respect to the deferral, again, staff are recommending that the applications be refused because, as I noted in my presentation in the staff report, the legislative clock for the official plan and zoning bylaw amendments decision is required to be rendered by council by February 24th, or we would be in a position where the applicant could potentially submit an appeal for non-decision. So there's no set cost for deferral, but there is a risk of increased costs to the municipality by not rendering a decision prior to February 24th on the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications. And with respect to the fee, I'm just going to need a moment to look up what the fee was in 2023.
Yeah. Okay. And what we could actually do is you could include that in the report that comes back to council based on question from member of the public. And Mr. Dalziel, would you have any other questions or comments?
I'd just like to comment that I was so glad to see the decision because we've been studying this for over 10 years. And I think if there has been any delay in procedure, it is often in the lap of the developer. That's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Dalziel. And have you got names? Did you get Mr. Mifflin's? Yeah. Okay, good. Is there anyone else online? Okay. Then committee, I will read in the recommendation and ask for a mover and a seconder. And sorry, my computer's gone to sleep. Okay, so the recommendation with regard to the proposed concurrent official plan and zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision for 5 Silver Creek Drive, Town Files D0840323 and D1201223. The recommendation is that report P 2024-04, proposed concurrent official plan and zoning bylaw amendments and draft plan of subdivision 5 Silver Creek Drive or Huntingwood Trails East lands dated February 5th, 2024 be received, and that the official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and draft plan of subdivision applications be refused, and that 50% of the application fees associated with both the concurrent official plan and zoning bylaw amendment and the draft plan of subdivision applications be refunded to the applicant. Mover and seconder. Councillor Potts, Deputy Mayor Fryer. Comments from committee. Mayor Hamlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I totally appreciate the comments from the developers consultant that, typically in the planning process, until the province changed all the rules in the last year or so, was to keep discussing and trying to get a resolution or at least a point where staff could make a decision based on the best evidence before us and the submissions of the developer. But the province in its wisdom decided municipalities were too slow in rubber stamping planning applications and gave us very tight timelines to do that. Of course, here, this is, as the consultant mentioned, there are substantial technical matters to be resolved. And the sad part of this, if you have a development application where there are substantial technical matters to be resolved, is there is nothing in the legislation that allows municipalities to take a pause with the developer's agreement and keep working on it. It's either you approve or you don't approve. So as much as I'm sympathetic with the applicant's position, I think that particular representation should be made to the province, and because I feel like that municipalities have no choice. We either approve or don't approve. The timelines are very clear. So with that in mind, I, have to say that I do agree with the staff report. These lands are sensitive. They have significant wetlands. There's a huge issue of putting in a road to cross the wetland, notwithstanding even the MTO concerns. So I would support the recommendation of our staff. The one thing I am concerned about is the return of 50% of the application fees. And I would, at the appropriate time, like to make an amendment to that section that 50% of the fees be refunded if no appeal is filed by the applicant. And then lastly, I'll just mention that I was quite shocked to hear that there's cattle grazing in a sensitive wetland in an urban area. So, and again, I know this isn't a matter for manager errors, but I'll just leave it generally, if I can say, for staff to determine whether that's a permitted use. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, well, seeing none, I will just say that I very much echo the comments made by the mayor just now with regard to this application, the complexities, the apparent inability within this time frame to possibly address these complex matters. So I'm very much in agreement with the staff recommendation. With regard to the 50% of the application fees refund, I initially was surprised to see that recommendation, but then reading further into the report, I understood. My only question would be, at 50%, is the planning department being made whole with regard to all expenses incurred to date? Or should there be an accounting before a refund is promised? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to, the planning department being made whole, as I noted, the contingency deposits are collected to cover all costs incurred as a result of the development review process. That is not the 50% that we are proposing to refund. So the contingency deposits will be utilized to cover any and all costs until we are confident that all of the invoices have come in, and should there be excess, then, the applicant or the owner would be invoiced accordingly. But the actual application fee is what we are proposing to refund. I was able to look it up. Unfortunately, I can't find the 2023 fees now. We're into 2024, but they're in the magnitude of around $13,000 for this year, so slightly lower next year. And we're proposing to refund 50% of that. With respect to saying whether, it renders the planning services and the town's work whole. As council is aware, we are well underway with a development process and fees review exercise that we hope to have a report coming to council in the coming months. And I think it will be clear from that exercise that we're not perhaps whole right now with our current fees, but certainly we felt that that's not a worthy rationale to penalize the applicant for. And given the amount of work that's been undertaken on the file, we only went through one iteration and one technical review cycle, whereas with official plan amendments and zoning bylaw amendments of this nature, we would anticipate multiple review cycles, and only one has occurred. Also, we did not have a public meeting, which also involves a significant amount of work on behalf of staff. So, speaking to the wholeness of it, I can't really confirm that, but we did give careful thought and consideration to the 50% and felt that was a reasonable amount to consider refunding.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Thank you, Chair. the motion does talk about the 50%, so I know Mayor Hamlin's intending on actually putting an amendment for it, but I'll speak to it since you raised some of the things I was thinking about. And recognizing fees and charges are established on an average basis. It's meant to try to average out. So I can well appreciate it'd be very difficult for staff to look at things on a specific basis. My only real question is because Mayor Hamlin's indicated that she's going to put her amendment forward about the if they don't. I guess the question I would ask is can we do that? Because I thought it was a very interesting proposal.
And Manager Ayers? Or, yeah, is that geez, that's complicated. That's a kind of a complicated question, actually. Yeah. Okay. So the clerk is suggesting maybe we look into that to see if we actually have the ability to make refunds.
So this will be coming to the table in 2 weeks, and we could have that information, and perhaps Mayor Hamlin would include in her motion that it's pending further information from staff. So that would. Okay. So that was the question, and then I'm sure I know the answer to this already. If they do come back with another proposal because we've refused, they would be paying 100% of the current fees at that time, which would likely be 2024 fees.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Deputy Mayor Fryer. Correct. When, depending on when any new applications were filed, they would be subject to the fees in effect at the time. So if they were to come in this year, they would be subject to the 2024 fees.
Okay, thank you. So I'll ask the mayor to put forward her motion and then ask you to speak to it. Okay, very good. So the mayor has suggested an amendment to the motion. So Mayor Hamlin, go ahead.
Thank you. So it's the last paragraph. It's the third so it's and that reads now, and that 50% of the application fees associated with both the concurrent official plan and zoning bylaw amendment and the draft plan of subdivision applications be refunded to the applicant. And my amendment would be to add the following, comma, if no appeal of council's decision is filed.
Thank you. And is there a seconder? Councillor Jeffrey. And I believe the clerk has a comment with regard to that amendment. Go ahead, Clerk Golmes.
Certainly. Thank you, Chair Doherty. Similar to what the Deputy Mayor was saying was the legality of making that request. So we could add that amendment and say subject to solicitor confirmation that that's applicable if that.
I think there's two questions. Number one, like, can we give back fees? And number two, if we can, is there any problem with us qualifying it? Yeah, absolutely. That's great.
Okay, very good. So then we will just add in that caveat. Okay,
correct.
So can I call the vote then? I have a mover, seconder in Councillor Jeffrey. Can call the vote just on the amendment. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Okay, and that carries unanimously. So then back to the main motion. Oh, did I? I did not get a mover and a seconder. Oh, did I? Okay. Good memory, but short. Okay, so so can I call the vote on the main recommendation then? All in favor? And as amended. Yeah. Thank you. And opposed? Okay, and that carries unanimously. Okay, the next item on the agenda is 14.1.2 is Public Works 2024-01, the 2023 Drinking Water Annual Summary Report. And Director Slama is going to be speaking to us.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. I'm just going to give a quick summary of this report for council. We don't have a presentation with this report this evening. So this staff report provides council and the public a summary of operational data for the Collingwood drinking water system for 2023. The information contained within the report includes all information required to be summarized and submitted to the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks by February 28. Council and the public can find information on the raw water and treated water flows, testing results of numerous parameters, a summary of maintenance and repairs on the full drinking water system, as well as some details on our treatment system. In general, the treatment plant and operation of the distribution system is meeting or exceeding ministry guidelines. The report mentions two minor nonconformities. One is related to wastewater discharge from our membrane backwash process, which goes to the lake. This wastewater has some chlorine residual in it that is slightly above the maximum. The ministry is aware of our limitations and inability to remove the chlorine prior to discharge. Given the amount and concentration, the ministry has accepted this will be addressed in our plant upgrade. Also, with the commissioning of the UV disinfection system, this provides for a reduction of chlorine dosing, and we are hopeful the residual chlorine in the wastewater will also reduce to below the maximum. The second nonconformance was related to pH and alkalinity testing, with one test being missed. This was reported and the ministry was satisfied with the report and a revised sampling schedule. I'm sure our maximum day demand is of interest to council and the public, as this is the demand that we use to determine the uncommitted hydraulic capacity available for future development. The maximum day demand for 2023 was 24,260 cubic meters a day. This includes water conveyed to New Tecumseth and Town of the Blue Mountains. This demand represents 78% of our total rated capacity and is in line with the MDD that we have seen in the previous 3 years. Post-publishing, excuse me, we did notice some data that needs to be corrected in the annual report. The chart of treated water information on page 17 of the annual summary report and under section 15 carries incorrect values for December 2023. The actual values are lower with an MDD of 18,943 cubic meters, or 61% of total rated capacity. The correct values are reflected in the graph on page 18. Staff will make these corrections and note them through an amendment to the final report presented for council approval. Overall, Madam Chair, I'm pleased to report that Collingwood continues to provide a safe and reliable source of potable water to our customers, and we continue to meet or exceed all legislative requirements. I would like to acknowledge our skilled operators in both the treatment plant and the distribution system who demonstrate their commitment to providing safe drinking water daily through their work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Slama. So is there anyone in the gallery who wishes to comment on this report? Clerk Almas, is there anyone online? No, no one online. So I will read the recommendation in and turn it over to committee members. So the recommendation is that staff report PW 2024-01, the 2023 Drinking Water Annual Summary Report be received, and that the report be considered at the February 5th, 2024 council meeting to ensure the legislated deadline specified in the Ontario Regulation 170-03 drinking water systems will be met. and that council directs staff to post the 2023 annual summary report on the town's website no later than February 28th, 2024. The mover and seconder, Councillor Baines, Councillor Jeffrey. And turn it over to committee for comment or questions. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. Through you to Director Slama. Thank you for your excellent report and for being upfront about any small inaccuracies, if you will. My only comment is, and it's a very small comment, in your Collingwood drinking water system summary report, you mentioned page numbers, but I don't see any on my copy that came electronically. If you would kindly put in page numbers in the future, it makes it easier to find the page. Thank you. That's it.
Very good.
Thank you, Councillor Baines. Any other questions or comments? Thank you. I had previously sent some questions to Director Slama that were well answered, but I did have just one question that I wanted to reiterate, and that was when our new UV system would be up and running. Go ahead.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, so the UV disinfection system was substantially completed in October 31st, 2023. So that's when it was the unit was commissioned, and it has been operating since that date. And we have been working within a 90-day trial period with the manufacturer. As part of our contract, included this a 90-day period where we would assess performance and they would be available to address any issues. So we've just completed that 90-day period. So so far, so the equipment is working as it should.
Very good. Excellent news. Okay, so seeing no further comments or discussion, I will call the vote. All in favor? And that carries unanimously. Okay, on to our next item, 14.1.3, PRC 2024-02, the introduction of the Pollinator Protection Plan. And I understand that there is a consultant presentation. Thank you. And Director Culver is going to make it. Oh, looks like we have some assistance here online, so that's great. Go ahead, gentlemen.
You're on mute, Director Culver.
Of course I am. Sorry about that. Before introducing our consultant to walk you through the draft plan, I'd like to acknowledge that this work has been supported in full by our generous owner, Julie De Lorenzo and Mirabella Development. It's worth noting that in January of this year, Julie was awarded the Order of Ontario in recognition of her volunteerism towards affordable housing in Ontario and her trailblazing development practices that reinvigorate neighborhoods and prioritize green and sustainable community outcomes. Alongside the generous support of Ms. De Lorenzo, I'd like to acknowledge the support and efforts of Pollinate Collingwood, led by Jessica Lair, who participated heavily in the development of this plan. And finally, I want to provide credit for shepherding this project to manager Wendy Martin, who, in addition to an extraordinary workload otherwise, assisted in maintaining the momentum and objectives of this work. Council will recall, Council will recall the town's successful application to achieve B-City status. A part of this commitment is constructing a plan to achieve sustainable adoption of pollinator supportive measures. The draft document that the consultant will present to you is a product of internal collaboration as well as community consultation. At this point, we are requesting any final feedback from the committee of the whole before returning with the finished plan for formal adoption. So please, at this time, if you could welcome Jordan Phelps from Pollinator Partnership Canada to share the final draft of Collingwood's Pollinator Protection Plan with the committee and the public.
Very good. Thank you, Director Culver, and welcome, Mistress Phelps.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. I'm happy to be here to share Collingwood's draft pollinator protection plan. My name's Jordan, and Yeah, this is really exciting. To my knowledge, this will be the third municipal pollinator protection plan in Canada after Toronto and Montreal. So it was really exciting to be able to work on this. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to provide a little background context that probably everybody is aware of, but just to describe how we got here with Collingwood Council declaring a climate crisis in 2019. As Dean mentioned, Pollinate Collingwood has done really amazing work. They formed and really championed creating pollinator habitat and educating the community. And then Collingwood launched Canopy Bees and Trees to fund resident pollinator efforts, which is fantastic. We featured that in Bee City. I'm the coordinator for Bee City. We recently came out with a handbook, featured that in there. And of course, generous support from Julie DiLorenzo. It's fantastic. And then Collingwood becomes a Bee City. And then only in 2022 at the tail end did we start the work on this. So it's really great to see everything that Collingwood has already been doing for pollinators. Next slide. So I'll be super brief for this, just an overview of creating the plan. So kick this off, we had an in-person community consultation in February of 2023 with some council representation there, which was awesome. There was also a survey to get broader community responses. There were 85 responses received through that, which were generally really positive and provided some really good input in terms of what people wanted to see in the pollinator strategy. Then we created a document to summarize this feedback, provided some best practices to be considered for the plan. And then after that, wrote the plan in collaboration with the town and with some really great feedback from Pollinate Collingwood. And then once the final, pending any final edits, there's going to be a final designed PDF created with a partner of ours. Next slide, please. So what's in the plan? There's going to be some background context about why Collingwood has a pollinator plan, message from the mayor, key information about pollinators. So this will be public facing, so to show who pollinators are, why they matter, some of the threats they face, how to choose plants that do help pollinators, focusing on native plants, the importance of the concept of habitat connectivity, making sure pollinators can move through the community, that everything's connected, and then explaining the difference between honeybees and native bees, as the protection strategy is really focused on supporting wild pollinators. Honeybees are really important from an agricultural perspective, but are not considered a species at risk. And then getting into kind of the bulk of the plan, there's a vision, some key goals that feed into that, and then actions on each of those goals. Next slide, please. So I've got the vision here. Collingwood is home to a diverse, thriving community of pollinators that supports native ecosystem resilience, food production, and human connectedness to nature. And then beneath those are four broader goals. So one is to create, maintain, expand, and connect native habitat areas. Habitat's food and shelter for pollinators, and it's really the main factor that's limiting their success. The second is to empower and incentivize residents to create native habitat, to join and support the municipal efforts to create habitat. The third is to minimize direct and indirect harm to pollinators, things like insecticides. And then the fourth is to educate and engage the Collingwood community. Next slide, please. So the first goal, there's 6 actions within that. So the first one is to educate municipal staff about pollinators and what their needs are, to ensure that municipal staff is equipped to follow some of the best practices outlined in here to support pollinators. Is kind of the bedrock of being able to support pollinators locally. 1.2 is to set habitat standards for new developments. This is to ensure that pollinators are protected as the town grows, as Collingwood is an appealing place to live. There's a lot of development. Important that pollinators kind of come along with us. This could include requirement to plant native plants in areas. 1.3 is to restore large habitat areas where possible. Currently, the use of native plants is a requirement under the town's naturalization guidelines. 1.4 is to create municipal demonstration pollinator gardens that showcase best practices for creating pollinator gardens. So this is a way to create habitat while at the same time educating residents about how they can do so at home by including signage that shows which species are in the garden, some general information about things to consider when planting habitat, such as having plants that bloom at different times of year so that there's food for pollinators throughout the growing season. 1.5 is increase habitat connectivity for pollinators by prioritizing habitat creation in gap areas. Retaining habitat corridors is in the town's official plan. And I know Pollinate Collingwood has a really nice pollinator garden map currently available on their website. I got a picture of it on the slide here. So you can see a lot of different habitat areas throughout Collingwood, and through a map like this, you can kind of identify where there's gaps. And this could be built on by creating a map that includes habitat areas created by residents that have participated in the Bees and Trees program. And then 1.6, plant pollinator gardens on town-owned boulevards. These really provide lots of unused space for planting that can contribute to this habitat connectivity, lots of little small patches. And then also residents can create boulevard gardens, which is really important. And so long as there are low-growing plants that are used in these to make sure that driver sight lines aren't blocked, this is a really good approach. And there's lots of native plants that are great for pollinators that are below that 45 centimeter mark. Next slide. So the second goal is to empower and incentivize residents to create native habitat. 3 points under this one. So the first one is to revisit Collingwood's property standards bylaw to ensure that residents don't face unreasonable barriers when creating pollinator habitat. The key with this one is really to avoid the use of vague words. So words such as weed, unless it's in reference to a specific list of plants, or words like tidy. These are words that can really mean different things to different people. So a thing that we're really recommending is to make that language clear so that anybody that's gardening to support pollinators can be confident that they're not going to get in trouble with bylaw. I know this has been something kind of more broadly in Canada across the news. We've seen lots of stories about bylaw officers asking people to remove parts of their pollinator garden. Action 2.2 is to provide educational resources to residents about how to create pollinator habitat. So this can partially be done through those demonstration gardens. And I know Pollinate Collingwood is already doing really awesome work on their website. They've got lots of resources about how to create native plant gardens. They reference where to get native plants, which can often be the most difficult part. And I know that Earth Revival, close to Collingwood, has lots of native plants. So lots of really good work being done here. And then with 2.3 as well, provide plants and or funds to residents to create pollinator habitat. I mentioned Bees and Trees a couple times. So this is already being done. reducing the costs of plants for residents. Next slide, please. Number 3 is the minimize direct and indirect harm to pollinators. So the first here, minimize municipal use of insecticides and educate residents about the harm that they can cause. Insecticides really should only be used as a last resort, as they can cause lethal, more often sublethal impacts to pollinators. I know here in Ontario, cosmetic pesticide use is already heavily restricted. But then especially when it comes to pollinator habitat with residents, there really is no need for insecticides. 3.2 is controlling invasive species that could otherwise threaten native plant communities. And as a result, they would threaten pollinator communities. Collingwood currently works with local conservation authorities to control Phragmites and could consider in the future seeking additional funding and partnerships to control other invasive species, including garlic mustard, glossy buckthorn, among others. 3.3 is to educate about responsible honey beekeeping practices. I know Collingwood does not currently allow urban beekeeping, which is positive for native bees. I know I'm kind of mentioned at the very beginning the difference between honeybees and native bees. But when a population of honeybees is really dense, there's been some research in Montreal that recently came out. It shows that it can often, the honeybees can crowd out the native bees and kind of consume limited food resources and make it more difficult for native bees to access food. So we're still, research is ongoing to see how these communities interact. So it's important to really prioritize the native wild pollinators that are facing threats. And of course, honeybees are critical in an agricultural context. But when we're talking about urban honey beekeeping, with education, it can be really good to direct people to, instead of doing that, to creating native plant habitat, which can benefit all bees. Then point 3.4, work with Simcoe County to delay yard waste collection and educate residents about the importance of leaving plant material in fall and early spring. Delaying yard waste collection is a really cool approach because often people aren't aware that pollinators are nesting, or there's still eggs under leaves early in the spring. Often people go out and they'll clean their gardens, and then they're kind of throwing away all of the developing pollinators before they've emerged from hibernation. So education to get people aware of this and to leave the garden for a while is great, but actually working to delay yard waste collection until a little bit later could be really effective. So that's a really great thing to have on the horizon. Next slide, please. And then goal 4 is to educate and engage the Collingwood community. So there's a lot of things that can be done to do this. A few things have been identified on the slide, such as hosting habitat planting and maintenance events that the community can engage in, initiating native plant seed library, promoting community science efforts, community public art, which when we visited to do the public consultation, I saw some really great public pollinator art in Collingwood, holding a pollinator garden contest, celebrating Pollinator Week, lots of things that can be done here. Next slide, please. And that is it. Thank you for listening, and thank you to Collingwood for taking the step to create a pollinator plan. As I mentioned, that's, to my knowledge, is the 3rd pollinator plan municipally in Canada. Thank you to Julie DiLorenzo for the generous financial support to make this happen. Of course, to Pollinate Collingwood for really great feedback on this plan, and of course for all the amazing work that they're doing, creating habitat and educating and engaging the community. And thanks to everybody who joined the public consultation and anyone who submitted a survey response. That was really helpful in determining what the community was interested in having in the plan. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Phelps. It's a thorough presentation, and I think it makes us proud. I will ask if there is anyone online. Okay, that's great. So I will then read in the recommendation and turn it over to committee. PRC 2024-02 Pollinator Protection Plan. And the recommendation is that staff report PRC 2024-02 Pollinator Protection Plan be received, and that council adopt the Pollinator Protection Plan and recommendations contained therein. Mover and seconder, Mayor Hamlin and Councillor Ring. Terrific. Turn it over for questions or comments. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. Through you to Mr. Phelps. I'm not going to let you off the hook in regard to a date or a proposed date as to when it's appropriate to work in the garden in regard to leaf bags going out, et cetera, et cetera. This whole issue of whether it's the 24th of May or the 1st of May or the 1st of June, you've got to give us a date because I have to hold my wife off every year. to working on this and complaints about our backyard, et cetera. So I want to do the right thing, but you've got to give me a date. Thank you.
Okay, over to you, Mr. Phelps.
I wish I could, but the general advice is you got to wait until it's been above 10 degrees Celsius for at least a week consistently. So it requires a lot of following the weather.
Thank you. Wish me luck with my wife.
Thank you. And Deputy Mayor.
I just wanted to add, I had asked earlier through to Director Culver, and he confirmed that last year we established a no-mow April move, and that's all encompassed in the basis of what's here. It doesn't specifically speak to it, but I was pleased to see this specific note about working with Simcoe County on the yard waste and getting it a little later for pickup. So that's great. I'm full support of it.
Terrific. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any other comments or questions? Mayor Hamlin.
Yes, so thank you very much, Mr. Phelps, for your presentation and your hard work and the hard work of staff. And also, I just want to give a shout out, of course, to Pollinate Collingwood. And it's one of those examples of how a small group of committed residents can achieve anything. You know, when I first met them, oh, I don't know, let's say it was 4 years ago, young people, young parents, just with significant master's degrees in biology and other important things that I barely understood. But they were committed to our community and committed to making sure the children in our community understood the importance of these kinds of things. And through their work, it's led to where we are today. And I just want to thank everyone. It's fantastic. I'm very proud.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I can certainly echo those remarks. I'll also say that even in this report, although we've adopted the pollinator program and applied for the Bee City recognition, I actually didn't know until I read the staff report that there was a difference between honeybees and all others. So not that I'm keeping honeybees, but you know, good to know. And I'm thanking the Deputy Mayor for flagging the waste pickup timing by the county in spring and fall. I know I tried really hard last year to put off any yard work, and particularly removal of leaves and dead branches from last year. And I wound up with bags of yard waste that I had to hold until the fall. So it would be great if that could be held off. And I think the natural thing that would happen with that is that people would delay working in their gardens and removing those items if they knew that the yard waste wasn't going to be picked up for a while. So terrific. So all comments being made, I will call the vote. All in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, our next item, Surety bond, has already been covered in the meeting of council. So we can move then to item 14.3. Oh, 14.2. We have no deputations and I see no one in the audience. Councillor Ring.
Thank you very much, Chair Doherty. I'd just like to make a comment on that. I know that the item number is 14.2, but we did have somebody that sat here since 2 o'clock and thought she was getting up at the right time, and apparently she wasn't. But our own agenda says it should be on about 5 or thereabouts, and here it's 7. So I'm just wondering if we move it up at the start of the committee of the whole, or at least let the people know that they might be a little bit longer than 5 o'clock, because Jeanette back just want to make a presentation on registered deputation, and she wasn't able to stay till the end.
Yes.
So.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
As well.
Deputy
I was just
Mayor.
going to add, I think it'd be important just to mention that she did provide us with some detailed information that I think she was going to refer to. So council's being in receipt of that and definitely be taking heed to it.
Thank you. And thank you, Councillor Ring. The only comment that I could make against that is that it was very useful to be able to go through the whole meeting and all of the agenda items so that anyone who is still here has the ability to comment on anything that was covered. But I certainly get your point.
You just,
If I may, it's just that our own agenda said it's supposed to be around 5 o'clock.
That's an error.
I think it's not supposed to be, we shouldn't publish it.
thank you.
Okay, next item then is 14.3, reports and minutes of other committees and boards. And we have minutes just from the Museum Advisory Committee. And the recommendation is that the following minutes of other committees and boards be received and the recommendations contained therein approved. The Museum Advisory Committee meeting of January 18th, 2024. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Deputy Mayor and Councillor Potts. Any questions? Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. Through you, I think to the clerk, I'm an ex officio member of this, and therefore under the members present, should there not be an ex officio bracket after my name? Just to indicate I'm not voting.
Clerk Gomez.
Sorry, my apologies. This is one of the committees that you attend as you're interested in, so you're not sitting on the committee.
So I'm not a not voting member of council.
Yeah, we can ensure that that's appropriately noted. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know if I've attended any trails and active transportation, it's been noted in the minutes, even though I'm not a voting member. Okay, so, sorry, did we vote on that? No. Okay, I'll call the vote then. Okay, thank you. Okay, and that carries unanimously. 14.4, old or deferred business. Councillor Ring.
Thank you very much, Chair Doherty. And I'm sorry if Councillor Potts brought this up. And I'm just asking, inquiring. It doesn't have to be answered right now, but there's been something that's been on, I thought, on the staff's agenda for, it's been well over 2 months now, on the St. Marie parking between Hume and Hamilton Street. I've been getting inquiries too. And is there maybe an update on how soon we're going to get some recommendation from staff on that. What it was parking on the west side of the road.
Right,
And,
yeah.
and the people who live along that way are having a hard time getting in and out of their driveway. So the Councillor Potts made a request for staff to look into it. Yep. And I just wondered how soon before we could hear something.
Yeah, I'm just, I'll turn to the clerk. Would that be handled via the motion that we passed, Councillor Jeffrey's motion?
No, sorry, through you as chair, this was a separate motion and it is in our operational plan. So I'll have to take a look and I can report back to council.
Thank you.
Timing for that.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Ring. Any other old or deferred business? Okay, seeing none. Any other business? Deputy Mayor.
I mentioned earlier I was going to put a notice in motion forward, and I know generally you don't have discussion with it, so I think this is the appropriate spot. The earlier letter was from Osage Beach in regards to school resource officers, and the county has issued their letter. It was issued January 16th was the date of it. And it has been received, but it was going through the process of going to the Police Services Board. And as a result, I don't think the Police Services Board meets until April the 18th. So I was going to request under other business if that letter could come next council meeting on the consent agenda. And then I will relate my notice of motion to that. And I'm also going to make inquiry to the service board over the next 2 weeks to get clarity on their position at this point in time on things, because I plan on putting together a notice of motion, and I'll mention it in the next item. Yeah.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Okay. So that actually takes us to notices of motion. Are there any other notices of motion?
So I will make my notice of motion on in regards to supporting the school resource officer.
Okay.
And it will come in 2 weeks.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Okay, so I will then, seeing that we have no other business, I will ask for a mover and a seconder that council rise from committee of the whole and return to regular council meetings. So Councillor Potts and Councillor Houston, all in favor? Thank you. And I turn the chair over to the mayor.
Thank you. So what's left on our agenda this evening is the confirmatory bylaw. And it's as follows: that bylaw number 2024-011, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the regular meeting of council held February 5, 2024, be enacted and passed this 5th day of February 2024. I'm looking for a mover and a seconder, Councillor Potts and Councillor Baines. All those in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. And an adjournment. Oh, she got it. Councillor Jeffrey, thank you. All those in favor? Thank you, everyone.